I'm in the world but not of it. I praise God every day and I love it. I say what I want and I say what they want. I stand for the truth and what's right and they don't. Life is simple, it's no puzzle. Common sense will tell you not to wear a muzzle. Fear no evil, trust no people. When in doubt, shout, I'm a believer. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me.
I offend everybody, the left, right, in the middle. Blame my parents because I've been this way since I was little. It used to be normal, now everybody praying to crystals. No wonder why it's so easy for the devil to trick you. They treat you like dogs, putting muzzles all on your faces, forcing kids to wear them in schools. Doesn't this seem outrageous? They ban Bible scriptures on TikTok.
Let's go to Target! Let's go to Target! Get some PlayStations! Let's go to Target!
I'm in the world but not of it. I praise God every day and I love it. I say what I want and I say what they want. I stand for the truth and what's right and they don't. Life is simple, it's no puzzle. Common sense will tell you not to wear a muzzle. Fear no evil, trust no people. When in doubt, shout, I'm a believer. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me.
I offend everybody, the left, right, in the middle. Blame my parents because I've been this way since I was little. It used to be normal, now everybody praying to crystals. No wonder why it's so easy for the devil to trick you. They treat you like dogs, putting muzzles all on your faces, forcing kids to wear them in schools. Doesn't this seem outrageous? They ban Bible scriptures on TikTok.
Let's go to Target! Let's go to Target! Get some PlayStations! Let's go to Target!
I'm in the world but not of it. I praise God every day and I love it. I say what I want and I say what they want. I stand for the truth and what's right and they don't. Life is simple, it's no puzzle. Common sense will tell you not to wear a muzzle. Fear no evil, trust no people. When in doubt, shout, I'm a believer. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me. I fear no man, though the world is broken. God, shine your light on me.
I offend everybody, the left, right, in the middle. Blame my parents because I've been this way since I was little. It used to be normal, now everybody praying to crystals. No wonder why it's so easy for the devil to trick you. They treat you like dogs, putting muzzles all on your faces, forcing kids to wear them in schools. Doesn't this seem outrageous? They ban Bible scriptures on TikTok.
Let's go to Target! Let's go to Target! Get some PlayStations! Let's go to Target!
God, I always do that. I always do that. I always do that. I always have it muted while the song is playing at the beginning, and I forget to. Welcome to the show, Monday night, kicking the week off right. The Dreaded Conservative Show. We got volume. Thank you for telling me, chat. Thank you. Shout out in the world, but not of it. John 17:14. Yeah, I love that. I love that hook. That's Trevor Wesley. He did the White History Month song too, that we play every month for White History Month. Um, what's up, guys? I don't know what happened to Trevor Wesley. He hasn't been. He was putting out a lot of music for a little bit, and he hasn't. I don't really think he's been doing anything new lately. Anyway, as I was saying before I realized I was muted, Trump is back in office, guys. We are in another Trump era. We get to stop roasting Kamala and Biden. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more Democrats to roast. I'm sure that, within 2 years, we're going to start getting a feel for who they're going to run in 2028. So we got to prep for battle, metaphysical battle, not a real battle. Fight, fight, fight. Not literally, just figuratively. So, in 2026, we might be talking about not Kamala Harris. We might be talking about Gavin Newsom. We might be talking about Gretchen Whitmer. We'll keep our eyes on the enemy. We'll keep our eyes on him. But for now, we get to bask in the glory that is Trump. We are back in a Trump era. And things are already starting to change. Puzzle pieces are already starting to fall into place. When Democrats try to do puzzles, they don't know how to find the corners first, then find the edges, and then match the colors. They don't know how to do a puzzle. Takes them 5 weeks to do a freaking 200-piece puzzle. We over here putting together 10,000 pieces in like 4 hours. That's how we roll. That's how we roll with Trump. So, no more making fun of the Democrats. No more, worrying about elections. Whew. That was a long stretch. That felt like a long time. It felt fast, but it felt like a long time at the same time. I don't know how that works, but it did. Time's been moving quickly, but at the same time, we've been waiting forever for this election. And it happened, and it's over. We're still going to talk about politics, but we don't have to worry about the election anymore. So, we got some stuff pretty much in the main story news. We're just going to be talking about Trump, the changes that have been happening, the appointments he's been making. We're going to start with the exit polls. We're going to look at these exit polls, read some analysis of what people are saying about these exit polls. I know that a lot of people are mad about these 52% of white women or 53% of white women, uneducated white women, I might add. They're almost changing my mind that I'm almost okay with uneducated women voting, or educated women for that matter. But they pulled their weight this time, and the Democrats are not happy about it. So we'll talk about some exit polls. We'll talk about the appointments Trump has made so far. Some people who he's hinting at selecting. Spoiler alert: Alex Jones for Speaker of the House. Let's go. Let's go. That's not been confirmed. It's just floating out there. And I think it would be awesome. That would be so awesome. I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be awesome. He's already said he accepted. So we got Trump appointments. We got exit polling. We got things that are already happening. Puzzle pieces that are already falling into place. And we got protests in New York. Lefties losing their mind again. Oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. That's a no-go? What's a no-go? It's so nice to bathe in the lefty tears yet again. We're back in lefty tear season. Climate change, precipitation is at an all-time high. Lots of rain coming down. teardrops are falling on my head. But that doesn't mean that my eyes will soon be turning red, just like my hat. Alex Jones is a no-go? Oh, no. Is that I kind of figured. But we're still gonna keep pretending that I didn't read that you wrote that. I haven't seen that yet. I still have hope. He hasn't selected a speaker yet, has he? Anyway, so we got all that in the main story news. Rapid fire news. We got fires burning in California and New York. Coincidence? I think not. We have crazy animal stories. And we're going to talk about the 4B movement. Everybody this morning was talking about the 4B movement. I think Michael Knowles did a video on it. I listened to JLP for a little bit this morning. He was talking about it. Crowder did a show on it today. I didn't watch all of them, but I watched a little bit of some of them, and I've been hearing about this 4B movement, which they didn't have a cool name for it when Roe v. Wade got overturned, but when Roe v. Wade got overturned, they did this already, and nothing really came of it. But we'll be talking about the 4B movement. You know, women are finally going to stop sleeping with losers, and it's great. It's actually a really cool movement. I like it. Less baby murder. Bro. Get on point, dude. Anyway, it's distracting. I need to stop. I can't read this dude's chats. It's distracting. And then in the last hour, it's gonna get dark. It's gonna get sad. We'll try to keep it upbeat and peppy. But the last hour, we are going to do a deep dive into gender affirming care. The reason we're talking about this is because there's a video, and some of these Trump videos I'm gonna play today might be old, but it's basically things that he said he's gonna do if he gets into office, and people are freaking out about it. And one of those things is going to war, figuratively, with the LGBT nonsense in schools, gender affirming care for children, puberty blockers. We're gonna do a deep dive into all that. We're gonna find the origins of it. We're gonna read the studies and the numbers, the statistics. I've got a lot of research for you. Watch some videos, some Billboard Chris stuff. Shout out Billboard Chris. I'd love to interview that guy. I really respect that guy. That guy's awesome. So a whole segment on gender affirming care. And then I think next week we need to do another Bible story. It's been a while since we did a Bible thumping segment. So we need to, we'll do this week. It's going to be gross. It's going to be sad. And then next week we'll try to do some Bible thumping. The only reason I haven't done a big Bible thumping segment in a while is because I've been thoroughly working my way through Isaiah. Like, not just reading it. Like, I want to understand what all these prophecies mean. What is he talking about? And Isaiah is it's a long book with a lot of deep prophecy. So I've been working on that, but we'll do some Bible thumping next week. So, but today, unfortunately, gender affirming care, gender ideology, that's what we're going to talk about in the last hour. But let's get into the show. Guys, the fake nukes are coming. Okay. Exit polling data. Let me get this up. Exit polling data NBC News, in conjunction with a consortium of news organizations, conducted exit polling across the country in 10 key states. The polling included speaking with voters at polling places and phone interviews. The exit polls are not results, but instead a look at the thinking and motives of voters across the country. Exit polls help the public better understand the makeup and motivations of the electorate. Gender. So for gender, 47%. What is this? Here, let me pull it up on the screen. You guys can look at it. Let's look at these numbers. Turn this on. All right. Men, 47% of men, 53% of women voted. 53% of women voted blue. 45% of men. Wait, hold on. Okay. 53% of women are voted Democrat. 45% of women voted red. Now, where is sex by race? White women, 53%. So overall, women, only 45% voted for Trump. But specifically, white women, 53% voted for Trump. So Democrats are not happy about that. Let's see. Men, women. Why is Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry, I was confused for a second there. Okay. Let's see. 71% of the voters are white. Makes sense. 57% of white people voted for Trump. 13% of black people voted for Trump, which I think that number is up. Look how big the black Democrat chunk is. They still haven't figured it out. It's sad that they haven't figured out that they were sold to the Democrat Party, and they literally said, I'll keep them in chains for the next 600 years? What did he say? Crazy. The Hispanic vote, 46% of Hispanics voted for Trump. See? And they know how to take a joke, too. You say Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage, they laugh because it's funny. Asians, which are only 3% of the vote overall, 39% voted for Trump. Why are 54% of Asians Democrat? Well, they come from communist countries. I don't know. 3% other, 54% of the other races. I guess that's like, I don't know, Eskimos, Vikings. 54% of them voted for Trump. Now, see, why is there two white brackets here? Are you white? Are you white? I don't understand why there's two different brackets here of race. That's odd. Anyway, American Indians. 65% of American Indians voted red. Let's go. What about see, I don't understand why it says white, black, Hispanic, Asian, other, and then white, black, Hispanic, Asian, American Indian, other. That's odd. What up, Starber One? And then we have white, non-white. Why are there three separate brackets for race? And then sex by race. White men, 60% voted for Trump, based. White women, 53% voted for Trump, based. Black men, higher than the total black number, so 21% of black men voted for Trump. Only 7% of black women voted for Trump. Wow. Mama is crazy. Latino men, 55% for Trump. Latino women, 38% for Trump. Age groups, Seems pretty balanced. 18 to 29 is 43%. 30 to 44 is 48%. 45 to 64 is 54%. 65 and over is 49% for Trump. Pretty balanced. These young kids, we gotta wake them up. Wake up! Grab a bunch, put it on makeup. We gotta tighten up these young boys. Age 18 to 44, 45 plus. See, I don't know why they. In which group are you? I am in 30 to 44. See, why are there multiple brackets for age? Age. But they're all pretty much the same. Age by gender. Young men, 49% for Trump. Let's see, young women, 37%. The young women is crazy out here. These young women. But women 45 to 64, half and half. 50% went to Trump. So that's pretty good. And then age by race. They really break these down, these numbers. Which best describes your education? Never attended college, 63% for Trump. Let's go, uneducated people. Hey, what up, BYs? Yes, hit the like button. Also, hit the like button. Like button is expected. Expected. If you don't hit the like button, what are you doing with your life? But extra ways you can help out. We got the why can't I think of what it's called? Super chats. You do a super chat, you can get a membership, you can hit up the Cashapp. But that's not expected. It's just appreciated. But the like button is expected. College graduates, 55% for Kamala, not surprising. No college degree, only 42% for Kamala. So what Democrats will say is that, oh, just dummy. Oh my God, I was listening to Vegan Gains talking to Destiny about what happened in the election, and he just kept saying, well, they're just dumb. They're all just dumb. They're dummy dums. He said that. He literally said that. They're dummy dums. Like, what the heck are you talking about, dude? Anyway, did Star One tell a joke? Make Genova great again? What's Genova? I think he meant to say Jehovah. But in reality, it's not that dumb people voted for Trump. The reason more college-educated people vote for Kamala is because they've been indoctrinated, and the type of people that go waste their money learning something that they could learn for free so that they can have a piece of paper, those are the type of people that vote Democrat. Institutions, college institutions especially, are very left-leaning. White college graduates, 52%. White non-college graduates, 32% to Kamala. So, education by gender. Let's see the college-educated women. White women college graduates, 57% for Kamala. Shocker. Non-whites, the affirmative action students, 64% for Kamala. No matter how you voted today, do you usually think of yourself as a... Why are they asking me these questions? What does this even mean? No matter how you voted today, what do you usually think of yourself as? 95%? These are weird. But anyway, on most political matters, do you consider yourself liberal, moderate, or conservative? 42% consider themselves moderate. Those are fence sitters. Based on income, the biggest bracket for income, 53% of people who made $30,000 to $50,000 went for Trump. That was the biggest bracket for income. 2023 total family income. Anyway, we scroll through here. We're just going to look at some big ones for Trump. Protestant Christians, they showed up. They showed up. Evangelicals and Protestants and Christians often don't vote. There's a prevailing message throughout the churches that that Christians shouldn't be involved in politics and the church shouldn't get involved into politics. I think that's a harmful message. And I think that we're slowly starting to realize that and correct it. 63% of Christians showed up to vote for Trump. Let's go. Religion among white white Christians, not Protestants, Protestant or other Christians, 72% for Trump. Jewish, only 20% of white Jewish people went with Trump, which is crazy because, oh no, that's Catholic. Okay, 61% of Catholics. It's interesting they have Protestant or other Christians, and then they have Catholic in a separate bracket. So where would Orthodox go? Would they be other Christians or would they be in the Catholic bracket? I wonder how they count that. But Jewish people, only 20% of white Jewish people voted for Trump. See, the Jews are Democrats. What happened to you guys? What happened to you guys? White born again or evangelical Christians, 82% for Trump. Do you have any children under 18 living in your home? I don't care about that. Most of these are pretty basic. We're looking for the big standout ones. We got 65% of military people who served in the military. 65% went for Trump. Big number here. Do you think the condition of the nation's economy is poor? 87% of people thought the economy was poor. That's why Trump won the election. You know, plus the fact that Kamala's campaign was horrible. She was a horrible candidate. She wasn't democratically elected. If they had held a primary, she wouldn't have come close. They did hold a primary, and she was the first one out. Nobody liked her. She was not qualified. Even as a prosecutor, somebody put $1 million, I forget who it was, but they put $1 million prize on Twitter if you could find one example of a case that she prosecuted on, that she worked on. And nobody's been able to find one. Like, I don't know if this is a conspiracy theory or if this is fake, but from what I've heard, nobody can actually find evidence that she actually ever prosecuted anything. She signed some papers that got a bunch of people locked up, but she wasn't actually prosecuting anybody. She wasn't doing anything. They say she's qualified. Qualified to suck a dick. This guy are sick. What was that? But everybody agrees the economy was poor. And plus, when you consider the fact that there's no way Biden got 81 million votes. I like the meme someone sent. We'll see it later, but it says, and just like that, overnight, 15 million Democrat voters disappeared or something like that. 12 million Democrat voters disappeared. People were sick of the way the country was being ran. They were sick of the economy, and we showed up. We showed up. Now, the problem with that is if Trump does an amazing job, we may see people get complacent. That can't happen. 2028, if he runs, I'm probably going to be rocking DeSantis. Probably going to be rocking DeSantis in 2028 if he runs. I don't think JD is going to run. We'll see how JD does as VP, and if he runs, maybe I'll back him up. But the top of my list after Trump is going to be DeSantis for 2028. That's my it's going to I feel like it'd be cool if we see a DeSantis versus like Newsom. We had a preview. We had the Newsom versus DeSantis debate that we reviewed. But I don't know. I feel like they're going to run like they're not going to learn their lesson. They're going to run like a Whitmer, a Gretchen Whitmer or something like that. Or somebody new is going to come out of the woodwork. But I'd like to see DeSantis up there in 2028. I said it before, I'll say it again. If we get 4 years of Trump and then 8 years of DeSantis, this country is going to be we're going to have a great 12-year stretch of awesome. I know some of you guys don't like DeSantis, but if you're paying attention to what's going on in Florida, he's a beast. He's doing a lot of good things for Florida. Maybe he's a war hawk. Maybe he supports Israel too much for some people. I don't know. We haven't seen him in a high enough level to where we see if he's a war hawk. But as far as Israel, you're not going to find a politician that doesn't support Israel. So you got to kind of let that one slide. I think that'll be swell. Yeah. Yeah, Dean. Yeah, people will get complacent if it gets too good. Compared to 4 years ago, is your family's financial situation worse than today? 81% said it was worse than today. See, people were tired of this crap. Has the inflation caused you and your family a severe hardship? 74% said yes. 74% of Republicans said yes. 24% of Democrats said yes. I always heard growing up that the Republicans were the party of the rich man. Now it seems like it's flipped. Especially considering I'm a low income, formerly homeless guy. You know, even when I was homeless, I was like, let's go Trump. As soon as I started getting into politics and I started following Trump and paying attention to what Trump was doing, my life started getting better. It's crazy. You know, I started acting more like a man instead of like a crazy degenerate. It's wild. But this is all the exit polling. Which one of these 5 issues mattered the most in deciding how you voted for president? 90% of Republicans said immigration. 80% said the economy. These are the 2 major issues. This is why it wasn't abortion and climate change. It was immigration and the economy. Crime. Look, 25% of Republicans said abortion. 74 for Democrats. See, for Democrats, the biggest issues were abortion and the state of the economy. If they had green energy or climate change on here, I'm sure there'd be a lot of Democrats who said climate change. I think we talked about this. The 4 main issues for Democrat was abortion, the state of democracy, which is that's just stupid, and climate change, and there was another dumb one. Republicans, it was immigration, it was war or foreign policy, it was economy, and it was crime. Sounds pretty based. Sounds like that makes more of the sense than all that other BS. I'm sure their other thing was like diversity, equity, and inclusion was very important to the Democrats. We've got to have more diversity, equity, and inclusion. 74% of Republicans said that the quality that mattered most was that the candidate could bring needed change. It's crazy. He's going to come in and be a dictator and a Nazi, even though we saw him in there for 4 years. We know that's not going to happen. These people, come on, man. Is U.S. support for Israel too strong? 30% of Republicans said yes. 67% of Democrats said yes. See, this hating Israel thing, this is a Democrat thing, which is weird because the Jews are mostly Democrat. Isn't that weird? It's very weird. Very weird. So stop hating Israel. Righties, come on now. We love Israel. Which comes closest to your position? Abortion should be. See, abortion, who cares about abortion? It's not an issue. It's a Supreme Court thing. Who do you trust more to handle abortion? Look at this total flipped. 93% of Democrats say Kamala Harris. 96% of this is totally flips, which is to be expected. Immigration, crime, and safety. All of these are just total flip-flops. Boom, boom. Of course, Democrats are going to say their candidate is going to handle the economy, immigration, crime, and safety, crisis better. You think Kamala is going to... 97% of Democrats think that Kamala will handle a crisis better. Really? Really? Well, how come she didn't go down to the border? How come... What happened with Palestine, East Palestine, Ohio? What happened with the hurricanes? You know, and not just the hurricanes this year. There was hurricanes in the past 4 years, and Biden didn't even show up. Kamala didn't show up. Delusional. So lots of exit polling. How do you feel about the way the Supreme Court is handling its job? 83% of Republicans approve. That's because it's a Republican majority Supreme Court, and it may be more. We can't spend all day on these exit polling numbers, but we got all the exit polling. The main thing I wanted to focus on is the demographics, which we did. We talked about that more than the issues. The House is still up for grabs. Republicans are ahead right now, 214 to 205. It's looking like it's going to be a clean sweep, House, Senate, and President-elect. All red. That's a whole lot of red, ladies and gentlemen. That's a whole lot of red. So that's awesome. So before we move on from the exit polling, let's see what the Hill has to say. 5 takeaways from the 2024 exit polls. The dust is settling on the 2024 election after President-elect Trump unexpectedly comfortable victory. Now both parties are looking to the exit polls for lessons on how Trump won and Harris lost. Let's see some of these 5 key takeaways. Oh my God, there's so many ads. There's ads everywhere. Latino men moved toward Trump in a big way. Even after the Puerto Rico joke, even after being told that he's a racist bigot for so long. I love that song when you played it. A whole lot of red. That's a whole lot of red. The Latinos still showed up for Trump. Isn't that amazing? Back in 2020, Latino men went for Biden over Trump by a 23-point margin, 59% to 36%. 4 years later, they flipped, voting for Trump over Harris by a 12-point margin. Let's go. Let's go. Which is crazy because, you know, the guy who's going to do mass deportations, build a wall, secure the border, an immigration moratorium. This racist bigot, seems like the Latino men love him. Isn't that odd? The abortion rights were never materialized for Harris. Perhaps the single greatest disappointment regarding election turnout for Democrats was the fact that there was no wave of female voters to lift Harris to victory. Thank God. Thank God. Let's go. Is it because they're lazy and crazy, these abortion-supporting Democrat women, and they just didn't show up to vote? Awesome, by the way, based. Or is it that they're just a vocal minority and that most women... See, I don't know if I agree with this. I don't think that it's that most women don't actually support abortion. I think most women do support abortion. But I think maybe there's more reasonable women than we thought that understand that that Trump never supported a federal ban on abortion. He's never said that he was going to federally ban it. He you know, he's kind of centrist on the issue. He just doesn't want abortions in the 3rd trimester or late in the second trimester or after the baby's born. Some of these damn Democrats. What's the guy's name? There's some dude that argues that abortion should be up to 3 years old. Like seriously, this guy seriously argues, and he's a big name amongst abortion supporters. I can't think of his name right now, but there are people who actually support post-birth abortion. Not a lot, but once you let degeneracy in, it takes over and it grows and it festers. We're gonna see that with the gender affirming care stuff later. And then the sexual degeneracy with, first it's the gays, then it's the trans, now it's the furries. Pretty soon, bestiality and PDF files are going to be normalized if we keep going down this road to degeneracy. But so the abortion, which was not even on the ballot, wasn't the big winning ticket that they thought it was going to be. They are who we thought they were. The young vote shifted several notches to the right. Young people are moving to the right, and they're saying that that's most notably because of Joe Rogan. Yeah, Trump figured out the game. The game is not commercials anymore. The game is not these rigged debates. I love debates, and I hate to see what they've done to the presidential debates and the primary debates. The format is lame. The moderators are lame. It's not even like a real debate. You can't answer complex questions about economy and geopolitics and foreign policy and immigration in 2 minutes or a minute. You can't do it. And then when there's biased moderators fact checking you every 2 seconds, it's pointless. Still entertaining if Trump is there, but pointless. And the game is go where the youth are looking. They're looking at the podcast. They're looking at Rogan, Flagrant, Nelk. What else did he do? Impulsive. Trump did all of them. What did Kamala do? Call her daddy in a bunch of black podcasts? And that's not even... That's Andrew Schultz said that. He said the only things that she did was call her daddy, talking about sex. Not surprising when you're endorsed by Cardi B, who likes to just degenerate as can get. Theo, yes, Theo. He went on Theo. He went on did Trump go on Tim Dillon's show? I'm not sure about that. But Kamala does call her daddy, and then she did like 3 black podcasts that I've never heard of. I don't watch them. Like some basketball players podcast. Like, come on. But she's not going to sit down and have a 3-hour interview with Joe Rogan. Come on. Anecdotal evidence also suggests that the traditional pattern whereby each new generation is more liberal than the one before is undergoing a disruption. Let's go. Let's keep that trend going. Unfortunately, it's a lot of younger men that are moving to the right. Younger women are moving farther to the left, which is not good for the birth rates. This 4B movement, not great for the birth rates. But maybe we need to take a break from some of these people reproducing. So I'm okay with the 4B movement that we'll talk about a little later. A mixed picture on the black male vote. The issue of whether or not Harris was having difficulty with black male voters was a hot media topic. Well, when you're pandering to them, when you have Obama come out a week before and basically do the "if you don't vote for me, you ain't black" thing, it's like they don't learn their lesson. You didn't learn your lesson when Joe Biden said that black people don't like being patronized like that. That even though they unknowingly vote Democrat because they were sold to the Democrat Party during the civil rights movement and all that crap, it has to be a subversive pandering. You can't openly come out and say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. They're going to stop falling for that. And when Obama comes out and says, I think you guys are just, I can't do Obama unless sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. When I'm trying to, I can't do it. But Obama comes out and says, I think you're just scared of women. I think you're scared to vote for a black woman. And they don't want that. They don't want to be patronized like that. Jewish voters stuck with Democrats. Sad story. Sad story. That's a sad story, which is odd because you'd think that they would see, under Trump, you have the Abraham Accords. You have not peace in the Middle East, but closer to peace. A time of calm, a little bit of dust settling in the desert under Trump. And then as soon as the Democrat comes back in, more drama in the Middle East. Maybe Democrats send them more money and they like that, so they vote for Democrats. I don't know, but it's just odd. It's just odd. So those are the 5 big takeaways from the Hill. And I pretty much agree with that. I'm surprised they didn't have on here the 53% of white women, specifically uneducated white women. I know that The View was very upset about that. And like anybody cares what The View has to say. Trump for the win. Did anyone else hear that loud shrieking sound right after he won? Wonder what it was. That was the sound of liberals. That was the liberal call of duress. So CNN has this article. We're going to take a look at it. Anatomy of 3 Trump elections, how America shifted in 2024 versus 2020 and 2016. President Donald Trump is projected to win for the presidency for a second time in a historic comeback. There are some key takeaways in how the country's politics have shifted over 3 straight elections with Trump on the ballot. Looks like that one guy left. Hallelujah. I don't know why anybody who is a non-voter, non-Christian would want to hang out at my show, but good riddance. CNN's exit poll results from 2016, 2020, and 2024 revealed how a sour economy was a drag on Vice President Kamala Harris, how she failed to drive an uptick in support among women, even though there was an uptick in support for abortion rights, and how Latino men in particular gravitated toward Trump. I think this is just more of the same. Women lean toward Harris and men lean toward Trump, obviously. Latino men embrace Trump. The educational divide grows. And this is expected, interesting, but expected. Not even really that interesting because let me show you. So white voters with college degrees have the numbers from 2016 to 2024. See, the gap is growing. White voters with no degrees, plus 37, plus 35. White voters with no degrees, the support for Trump has gone down a little bit. Voters of color with college degrees, that's shrunk. White women with college degrees, the gap has grown for Democrats. So they're producing white women Democrats in college. That's the key takeaway here. That's the key takeaway here. Young voters shifted toward Trump while he lost ground with senior voters. Older people not liking Trump. The boomers who watch mainstream media too much, whereas the younger people who watch alternative media grew with support for Trump. The old people who watch mainstream media support dwindled for Trump. Shocker? I think not. Trump regained power in rural America. Voters are sour on the economy. Look at these numbers changing. It goes up and down, up and down, up and down. So people who thought the economy was good or excellent in 2016 voted for Hillary. There was more who voted for Hillary. Then in 2020, there was more who voted for Trump. People who thought the economy was good, plus 56% for Trump. Okay, these graphs are kind of weird. Plus 83 for Harris. I guess they're saying people voted for Trump. COVID happens. People are pissed off. They blame the president at the time, which is crazy because Democrats are the ones who were funding the Wuhan lab, which Trump called out. People didn't want to listen. They thought it came from pangolins. Didn't come from pangolins. Came from a lab. Came from a lab that was funded by Joe Biden and Obama. They gave funding to the Wuhan lab where they were doing the gain-of-function research, where the virus came from. And then Fauci comes in. Everybody has to listen to Heavenly Father Fauci. That's blasphemy. And so they didn't like Trump. They thought maybe the Democrats will save us from COVID. Didn't happen. So they're like, okay, let's bring Trump back. Things were good until COVID happened under Trump. And they brought Trump back. More people report their family has fallen behind. More Americans support abortion rights. Dude, everybody's got to talk about abortion. Stop. Just, why is this? Why are people so adamant about killing babies? It's crazy. Trump made inroads with moderates. Anyway, enough of this exit poll graphs and numbers and stuff. Let's get to the fun part of the show where we get to look at what Trump is doing. What Trump is doing. He's already started. It's already happening. I think this is an old video. RFK posted it on X, and everybody's been reposting it. Everybody's been doing videos and talking about it. Seems like it's a new video, but I don't think this is a new video. I think this was actually made like a year ago. Trump was doing a bunch of these videos. I was showing them. But this is Trump talking about freedom of speech. There's a bunch of these clips going around. Just basically policy positions that Trump has. A lot of people seem to think that Trump doesn't have policies. Like nobody can name a Trump policy or something. He's got a ton of policies. Maybe in a debate, he doesn't go in depth. He's got 2 minutes to answer, and he'd rather be charismatic and personable and joke and roast in a debate, but because you don't have time to explain these things in a debate like that. But he does have policies. He has, and it's not Project 2025. He said before he doesn't support Project 2025. I don't even like the Heritage Foundation. I think the majority of Trump voters don't support the Heritage Foundation. Trump did speak at a Heritage Foundation event, but he spoke at a lot of places. He spoke everywhere. He went everywhere. That's how you get votes. But Trump does have Agenda 47. You can type into Google Trump's platform. What is Trump's platform and Trump's policies? Either one of those. Type it into Google. You're going to get taken to Trump's Agenda 47 webpage. I was going to read it on election night, but I didn't have to because he just blew him out the water. But Agenda 47 has a list of policies, long list of policies. Everything from foreign policy to the economy to immigration, all of it. It's all there. He's got a lot of policies. And here's one of the cool parts. A lot of people seem to think that YouTube is going to start cracking down on people again, like what happened during COVID, like what happened before the 2020 election. I think the opposite. I think it's about to be the wild, wild west again on YouTube. and on all social media. I've been testing it on Facebook because I don't really care if I get banned on Facebook. I've been testing it. I've been getting away with saying a lot more things on Facebook that 4 years ago I would have caught a 30-day ban for sure. And all that YouTube's going to do is do more community notes, which is interesting because I was thinking the other day, I was like, I got a community note about weather control. Just because I mentioned, like, I made one joke about controlling the weather a couple weeks ago, and I got a community note about weather control. I want to like try to hit all of the community note points in one show and see which ones they prioritize, because they're only going to put one, right? So if I've had a community note about abortion before, weather control, the election. They're doing a lot of election community notes, climate change, flat Earth. We could get a community note on flat Earth, even though I don't support it. I want to try to like hit them all in one show and see which community note they prioritize. Or are they going to just have a list of community notes under the video? I think that would be funny.
If we don't have,
But this is what Trump said about free speech. I think this video is old, but it's resurfaced or it's new. I don't know. RFK posted this like 2 days ago, and everybody's been reposting it. But I think it's old. But regardless, this is about free speech, and this is why I think social media is going to be lightening up on the censorship. Because if they don't, they might end up in jail once Trump's in office. Check this out.
if we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people.
Facts.
They have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed.
Did I drop the hard R? I dropped the hard R on the election stream. The context was, I think somebody said, I'm scared to say words, and I said, no, look, I'll say it, and I said it. The point I was making was, it's not about, because I think I was telling somebody, quit using those words, and they said something like, well, you're scared, blah, 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 you're scared. I said, I'm not scared, watch, I'll say it, and I said it. I've dropped it before quoting Quentin Tarantino. I said, how come Quentin Tarantino can get rid of this? And then I quoted the line from Pulp Fiction about dead blank storage. Does my garage have a sign over it that says dead blank storage? And I said it. And I've never got reprimanded for it or anything like that. I think context matters. And there's a certain context that you can say things, and you should be allowed to say things. I also don't like people telling me what I can't say. But I don't use that word. I've never used it in a derogatory way. And I say the soft A whenever I'm singing Lil Wayne songs. But yeah, I dropped one during the 24-hour stream. Hold on, I'm on top chat instead of live chat.
And it must happen immediately. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then
We're going to time that retard out.
ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis or disinformation. And I will
Mis or disinformation. When they made those terms up, they had misinformation, disinformation, and harmful information. Anybody who has paid attention to history knew that's a communist tactic. That's a Marxist tactic to control speech, control how words are used. They changed definitions. They changed the definition of fascist to basically be Donald Trump. Like, they changed the definition of fascist to a picture of Donald Trump. They added things like machismo to the definition. Like, so if you're a strong man, you might be a fascist. They changed the definition of racism to include marginalized people, which is why a lot of black people say that only white people can be racist. Black people can't be racist because they're marginalized. That's a Marxist tactic to other people and categorize, make the oppressor versus the oppressed. They changed the definition of vaccine. They change definitions all the time. They control people with words. So this misinformation, disinformation, and harmful information is garbage. Hate speech. It's another one of those commie terms. Garbage. And I think he's going to mention Section 230 here, which when anybody who knows anything about the internet heard this, they're like, let's go. So we've been talking about this for a while.
will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a chance to call in the after party and have a debate about whatever the hell his worldview is versus Christianity. And if he doesn't do it, then I'm just gonna kick him out of the Discord because I'm tired of my Discord being flooded with nonsense. And even if he does come on, I still might ban him because I'm just tired of it.
The DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible, and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign.
And before anybody says, Josh, what about free speech? What about free speech? No. This is my house. This is my house. You don't have free speech here. I don't support free speech unless Trump is president for the country, in the public platforms. This is not a public platform. This is my house. You don't get to come into my house and say whatever you want.
Finance laws, federal election law, securities law, and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential criminal, civil, regulatory, and constitutional offenses. To assist in these efforts, I am urging House Republicans to immediately send preservation letters, and we have to do this right now, to the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant, ordering them not to destroy evidence of censorship. Third, upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business. From now on, digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 2.
What up, Chris? I wasn't calling you target. Nukes don't exist, but my ban button does. Yeah, we drop figurative nukes. Here we go. This is the Section 230 part. This is important.
On digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination.
This is why I don't think YouTube is going to tighten up on censorship. I think they're actually going to get looser. They're just going to do more community notes. They're going to follow the model that X is using, which is say what you want to say. We're going to put community notes, and is what people have said for a while. You got to let people speak harmful, quote unquote, ideas so that other people can debunk it. You know, that's why I'll let people like Cursed hang out in the Discord for a little while. And I told him, you can say what you want to say, but you're going to get roasted back. And then after a while, it just gets annoying. And then that's when I ban somebody, when it just annoys me. Camera 1, camera 2, camera 1 again. Now zoom in. Oh yeah, the camera action is great here.
Require these platforms to increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation and promoting terrorism while dramatically curtailing their power to our...
Yes. Yeah, the only thing they should be banning is stuff dealing with children, doxing, and pornography, any threats of violence or calls to violence, you know, things like that, which are already not part of free speech. Well, except for, I guess, pornography is freedom of expression. I guess that is free. That freedom of expression stuff, they need to tighten that up, because pornography is not free speech. And anything dealing with children,
arbitrarily restrict lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and academic programs that support this authoritarian project. If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in censorship activities or election interference in the past, such as flagging social media content for removal of blacklisting, those universities should lose federal research dollars and federal student loan support for a period of 5 years and maybe more. We should also enact new laws laying out clear criminal penalties for federal bureaucrats who partner with private entities to do an end run around the Constitution and deprive Americans of their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. In other words, deprive them of their vote. And once you lose those elections, and once you lose your borders like we have, you no longer have a country. Furthermore, to confront the problems of major platforms being infiltrated by legions of former deep staters and intelligence officials, there should be a 7-year cooling off period before any employee of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DNI, DHS, or DOD is allowed to take a job at a company possessing vast quantities of U.S.
Bro, do you know how many people are shaking in their boots right now? They're gonna gut the government. They're gonna gut the government. So many people are about to get fired. You're fired. So many people are about to get fired. So many social media, the Zucks and the Bezoses, they are shaking in their boots right now. They are afraid.
User data. Fifth, the time has finally come for Congress to pass a digital Bill of Rights. This should include a right to digital due process. In other words, government officials should need a court order to take down online content, not send information requests such as the FBI was sending to Twitter. Furthermore, when users of big online platforms have their content or accounts removed, throttled, shadow banned, or otherwise restricted, no matter what name they use, they should have the right to be informed that it's happening the right to a specific explanation of the reason why.
The camera just turned the brightness up randomly. They just went to like what's it, Twilight mode or whatever.
And the right to a timely appeal. In addition, all users over the age of 18 should have the right to opt out of content moderation and curation entirely and receive an unmanipulated stream of information if they so choose. The fight for free speech is a matter of victory or death for America and for the survival of Western civilization itself. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large.
McEnany, she's one of the potential choices.
There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
Let's go. Get that out of here. All right, so we're talking about changes that are already going into effect. Another one of those videos is about the LGBTQ stuff, which we'll play that in the last segment of the show. But we're already seeing headlines like this from Reuters. Palestinians dismayed by Trump's win. Their leaders urge peace. So Hamas is already like calling for peace. Hamas says Trump will be tested by actions, not words. Gazans take little hope from Trump's victory. Some are wary. Abbas says committed to working with Trump to reach regional peace. Hamas says Trump will be tested by actions, not words. A lot of them are already calling for a ceasefire now that they know Trump's coming back. The Justice Department, justice.gov, Office of Public Affairs. Justice Department announces murder for hire and related charges against. Oh, I'm sorry. This was something different that I wanted to talk about. We'll just throw it in here now. Remember they were saying that there were 5 terrorist cells that had infiltrated America and that they were all trying to assassinate Trump? Well, one of those has already been shut down since Trump became a president-elect. Iranian asset Farhad Shakiri employed multiple associates in the New York City area to surveil and murder a U.S. citizen of Iranian origin who has publicly opposed the Iranian government. So they kind of hide it in here. But basically, this is one of those cells that was they've sent people here, probably across the southern border, to assassinate Trump. And they got one of them. The charges announced today expose Iran's continued brazen attempts to target U.S. citizens, including President-elect Donald Trump. Other government leaders and dissidents who criticize the regime of Tehran, said FBI Director Christopher Wray. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, a designated foreign terrorist organization, has been conspiring with criminals and hitmen to target and gun down Americans on U.S. soil, and that simply won't be tolerated. Thanks to the hard work of the FBI, their deadly schemes were disrupted. Now, if Trump hadn't become president-elect, I don't think that we would be seeing this story. I don't really think they were working on this under Biden. We heard about it, but they weren't doing anything about it. As soon as Trump is president-elect, the FBI gets to work and they start getting these terrorist cells that infiltrate America through the open border, the southern border. And us crazy conspiracy theorists have been saying this the whole time. People say, no, that's not true. There's not terrorist cells in America from all sorts of countries all over the world. That's not happening. Yeah, it is happening. Yes, it has been happening for the past 4 years. And as soon as Trump becomes president-elect, all of a sudden, they start catching these guys. We're going to see a lot more stories like this. Actors directed by the government of Iran continue to target our citizens, including President-elect Trump, on U.S. soil and abroad. This has to stop, said U.S. Attorney Damian Williams. Why didn't you say this, FBI Director Christopher Wray, U.S. Attorney Damian Williams? Why didn't you say this a month ago? We knew about this a month ago. We knew about this 2 years ago. Why didn't you say anything about it then? Why weren't we seeing arrests then? Now, as soon as Trump is president-elect, they start finding terrorists. All of a sudden, we're arresting terrorists on U.S. soil. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? That's wild. According to the complaint and other public statements and filings, the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the government of Iran is actively targeting nationals of the United States and its allies living in countries around the world for attacks, including assault, kidnapping, and murder, both to repress and silence dissidents critical of the Iranian regime, and to take vengeance for the January 2020 death of then commander of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, Quds Force, Qasem Soleimani, who was killed by a U.S. drone strike in Baghdad. The IRGC is an Iranian military and counterintelligence agency under the authority of Iran's supreme leader, comprised of components including an external operations force. The IRGC QF and has been designated as a foreign terrorist organization by the U.S. Secretary of State since April 15th of 2019, when Trump was president. The IRGC has publicly stated its desire to avenge the death of Soleimani, and among its activities, the IRGC plots and conducts attack operations outside Iran, targeting U.S. citizens residing in the United States and abroad. Shakiri is an IRGC asset residing in Tehran, Iran. Shakiri immigrated to the United States as a child and was deported in or about 2008 after serving 14 years. And that's when Obama was president, 2008, I think. Or maybe that was the beginning of Obama's term. That was the end of Bush's term. Network of criminal associates he met in prison in the United States to supply the IRGC with operatives to conduct surveillance and assassinations of IRGC targets. Two members of Shakiri's network are his co-defendants, Lodhol and Rivera. At Shakira's instruction, Lodhol and Rivera have spent months surveilling a U.S. citizen of Iranian origin residing in the United States. Victim number one is an outspoken critic of the Iranian regime. So, point is, all of a sudden, Trump's back, and now we're arresting terrorist insurgents into the U.S. And how did they get here? Through the southern border. Shocker. Rivera doesn't sound like an Iranian name. Sounds like a Hispanic name. Robbie! What up, Robbie? Hey! The mailmen did their job. We were worried about the post office dilly-dallying with the boats. You guys did your job. You held the line. Good job, postmen. Good job, mailmen. All right. So what else is going on? Trump, from Fortune, Trump reportedly warns Putin against escalating war in Ukraine and reminds him of U.S. military presence in Europe. Trump looked at Putin and said, just remember, you're going to fuck around and find out with me. Don't do it, Putin. Don't do it. I'm crazy. I might drop nukes on your house. Who knows? Trump ain't playing. Trump ain't playing with Putin. Putin did make a statement saying he is not going to congratulate Trump on his victory. Shocker. You mean Putin's not happy that Trump's back in office? Like the Democrats told us, Putin would love it if Trump was in office. They're best friends. Da, 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 da. These people are idiots. These people are dumber than a box of rocks. Putin did not want Trump to be president again because Putin is afraid of Trump. He's afraid. Yeah, Putin might fight bears, but Trump is a polar bear. You might fight a black bear, Putin. You ain't fighting a dang grizzly or a polar bear. You ain't fighting Trump. Putin is afraid. The Middle East, the terrorists are afraid. China is going to be afraid. They're not going to attack Taiwan. We were looking at a world war on three fronts, defending countries that nobody really cares about. Well, Israel's not. Israel's cool, but Israel versus the Middle East, America, we got a war on one front. China versus Taiwan. Didn't happen, won't happen, could have happened, would have happened if Kamala had won. War with China, Russia and Ukraine. We got to protect Ukraine. We got to protect Taiwan. We got to protect Israel. We're fighting a world war on 3 fronts with with low numbers in the military, a bunch of kids that don't know what gender they are, and they're on SSRIs and Ritalin and Vyvanse. These are the people who are going to protect us. This is our military now. I don't know. I hear a lot of people, I guess maybe I'm just pessimistic on this, but I hear a lot of people saying America has the strongest military in the world and it's not even close. I mean, I've shown stuff. We've shown that China's Navy is more powerful than ours. They have more battleships, and people say they're old. Somebody said they're old ships, but from what I've read, China's Navy is way bigger than ours. Maybe our military is the strongest, but is it stronger than Russia, China, and all of the Middle East combined? I don't think so. Maybe I'm just being pessimistic. Maybe other people are more optimistic on this. But just from the things I've seen, our military numbers are dwindling. The people we do have in the military don't know what gender they are. We got pregnancy flight suits. But to be fair, I don't think there's ever going to be another war like that. I don't think there's ever going to be another draft. I think we're going to fight wars with drones and technology and satellites with freaking lasers on their heads. But if it did come down to that, if we got invaded, it's ridiculous how big our Navy is. Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, or maybe maybe I just saw the wrong source, but we talked about this a while ago when China was playing bumper boats. Remember when China was just randomly crashing into Taiwanese boats in the ocean? Like they would just pull up and just bump into the boat and just laugh at them. Like, what are you going to do about it? And we looked into the chips stuff, how Taiwan produces a lot of the chips and all of that. And what's the deal with Taiwan and China conflict? And the numbers I saw is that China's Navy dwarfs our Navy. Like I think they have 550 battleships and we have like 200. I forget the numbers. Y'all know I'm not good with numbers, but like they have double the amount of battleships that we have. But maybe that's wrong. Maybe they are old and crappy ships. They can't be that bad if they're crashing them into other boats for fun, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe I got some bad information there. And either way, now that Trump's in office, we don't have to worry about that. We don't even have to worry about that. It'll be fine. It's going to be all right. But yeah, Putin's afraid. Terrorists are afraid. Feeling of dread spreads across federal workforce as Trump term looms. The feds are scared, dude. They're shaking in their boots. They're about to gut the deep state. They're about to gut the much of the federal workforce is on edge, embracing itself for the likelihoods its ranks will be purged when President-elect Donald Trump takes office. This is from CNN. Trump, who has derided civil servants as agents of the deep state, promised on the campaign trail to reinstate a 2020 executive order known as Schedule F. Schedule FU. FU feds, giving him the power to commence mass firings of nonpartisan federal employees who might spoil Trump's partisan plans. The objective is to create space to put loyalists in what are still career civil service positions. Former Trump, that's not Trump who said that. Former Trump appointee Ronald Sanders, who resigned over Trump's politicization of federal workforce, told CNN. Sanders added, "It is problematic," not a good word, bad word. Don't say that word. Don't say that word. If it ends in an ick, you should just take the ick off. You say, "It is a problem." Sanders added, "It is a problem if Schedule F is being used to reinforce and maintain political loyalty." Problematic is not good English. That's ghetto English. Trump's loyalist vision is already having a profound chilling effect on career employees, some of whom told CNN they plan to stay in for the new year, but don't know what's next beyond that. Are you a federal worker? CNN would like to talk to you. Trump, Trump, I just called Robbie Trump. Robbie, you're a federal worker. You need to contact CNN. Isn't the mail service federal? Yeah. Robbie, you need to contact CNN. They're trying to talk to federal workers. And you need to be like, let's go, Trump. You're not going to get fired, Robbie. But some of these feds are about to get purged. Schedule F. Get ready. What else? Now let's talk about some of his appointments. Some he's made. There are some confirmed choices made. From CNBC, Trump says Haley and Pompeo will not join second administration, which is a big deal. The war hawks, the neocons, not coming back. Nope, we don't need your help, Nikki Haley. All these, oh man. When I hear people on the right who are like, Nikki Haley would have been a better choice than Donald Trump. Yeah, that's the same thing Destiny said. You're agreeing with Destiny right now. Nikki Haley would not have been a good choice. I don't know a whole lot about Mike Pompeo, but I've heard bad things. I've heard a lot of bad things about this guy. He says he's not bringing him back. And I think it was Patrick Bet-David who was saying, I hope Trump doesn't bring back people like Haley and Pompeo. And then like 2 days later, Trump says, no more Haley, no more Pompeo. We're not going to do it. We don't need these neocons. Let's go. Beauty of Postal Service is we can't strike. They can't lay us off. Is we can't strike and they can't lay us off. Haley is a neocon. No more neocons. So they won't be back. But let's see who he has chosen. Can I play this? Let me play this. We're just going to watch this video. That's an ad. From the BBC, Susie Wiles is Trump's new chief of staff. Now, you know how we feel about women in positions of power, but Trump loves the ladies. If there's one weakness, if there's one weakness Trump has, he kind of caters to the ladies a little too much. He loves the ladies. He's a ladies' man. I respect it, but you know, I don't know. I hope this is a good choice. Let's watch this. This is when he appoints Susan Wiles as the new chief of staff. The new White House chief of staff. First woman. Got to make sure you say that. The first woman of chief of staff. You didn't get your first woman president both times. If there's one thing I like about Trump is he likes to beat women. That's a joke. God, that's a joke. Holy crap.
We also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris. The job you did. Susie, come, Susie. Come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris.
Now, we may have never heard of this lady. Maybe you have, maybe you haven't. But she's been around for a while. She actually worked with Reagan. She's worked with campaigns. She helped with Trump's campaign. And he did a great job on the campaign trail. Like nonstop. This man never stops. And she had a lot to do with that. So, you know, let's hope she's a good choice.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden. We call her the Ice Maiden.
The Ice Maiden? Did he say the Ice Maiden? Trump, the two-time wife beater. Or woman beater, yes. Let's go. Let's go. So Susan Wiles, the first woman appointed to White House chief of staff. She operates mostly in the back, the president-elect said, but she is known as one of the most feared political operatives in the U.S. Susie will continue to work tirelessly to make America great again, he added in his statement. A profile by Politico earlier this year described Susie Wiles as feared but little known. So, let's hope she's a good choice. Less than a year after she started working in politics, she joined Ronald Reagan's campaign ahead of his 1980 election. She went on to play a key role in transforming politics in Florida, where she lives, based. In 2010, she turned Rick Scott, a then businessman with little political experience, into Florida's governor. In just 7 months, he is now a U.S. Senator. She met Trump during the 2015 Republican presidential primary and became the co-chair of his Florida campaign. He went on to win the state over Hillary Clinton in 2016. Smashed. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who put her in charge of his successful gubernatorial race 2 years later, described Wiles as the best in the business. That was the election that DeSantis won by like one of the biggest landslides we've ever seen. It wasn't even close. DeSantis crushed. Who was it against? Was it against Chris or Chain Gang Charlie? DeSantis crushed it. And we like DeSantis. We love DeSantis. We love Florida. We love Trump. So, sounds like a mismatch. I don't know. From what I'm reading here, she helped out DeSantis. She helped out Reagan. I don't know Rick Scott. I don't know much about Rick Scott, but Florida is doing amazing. Florida is based than a mug. So if she has a hand in that, then I'm with it. Wiles worked on the Trump campaign alongside Chris LaCivita, a veteran of Republican politics with decades of experience. The two worked with Trump to formulate a winning presidential primary strategy. In her Politico profile, the 67-year-old grandmother, who is the daughter of an American football player and broadcaster, Pat Summerall, said that she comes from a traditional political background. In my early career, things like manners mattered. Thank God, dude. We need, maybe she's like Mama Bear. Maybe we need a Mama Bear in some positions, because what happened to manners? I'm sick and tired of nobody knowing how to chew their food with their mouth closed. Everywhere I go, maybe it's a Salt Lake City thing, or I don't know, but when I grew up, if you smacked your lips when you chewed, you're about to get smacked. Like, you're at the dinner table smacking, you're about to get smacked up. Like, nowadays, everybody chews with their mouth open. Nobody says thank you when you hold the door for them. Nobody holds the door. You hold the door for somebody and they just walk past you. People walk down the sidewalk. Oh my gosh. I feel beta when I walk down the sidewalk and I'm always moving for people. Like, it's because I have manners. I move when people are walking towards me. And it makes me feel beta because I'm like, why do I always got to move? Why don't these people, you're staring at your cell phone, you're not paying attention, and I always got to move. I'm just going to start shoulder checking people. I always think about this. Like, whenever I'm walking down the sidewalk and somebody's walking towards me, I wait and see. I wait. Is this going to be a mutual step to the side? This is how it should be. We should both each step to our lane, get in our lane. But they don't move. And at the last second, I got to duck, dodge, and dive out of the way. And then afterwards, I'm like, why did I move? Why do I always have to move? I'm just going to start shoulder checking people. People chewing with their mouths open. What happened to manners? I agree with her on this. In my early career, things like manners mattered, and there was an expected level of decorum, she said, describing the Republican Party as significantly different than the one of several decades ago. And so I get it that the GOP of today is different, she said, referring to the Republican Party, who are also called the Grand Old Party. There are changes we must live with in order to get done the things we're trying to do. What does the chief of staff do? The chief of staff is considered to be the president's top aide and plays a crucial role in every president's administration. They essentially serve as the manager of the White House and are responsible for putting together a president's staff. A chief leads the staff through the executive office of the president and oversees all daily operations and staff activities. And women are good at micromanaging, so, You know, maybe Trump needs a woman to, like, it's basically like a secretary for the president. She's going to do the scheduling. She's going to, you know, put the people in front of him that need to be in front of him. So maybe this will be good. They also advise presidents on policy issues and are responsible for directing and overseeing policy development. He doesn't need help with that. He's got that. But you can advise all you want. So I'm all right with that. We'll see what happens. We'll see how that goes. The food needed per day to support the aircraft carriers is absurd. Food to support aircraft carriers? You leaving, Robbie? What the heck, Robbie? He's got work in the morning. It's his bedtime. We gotta move through these faster. I've gone way overtime in this first segment. We're just gonna burn through these headlines. Trump has appointed former ICE director Tom Homan as U.S. border czar. So we have an ICE director as our border czar instead of some cackling lady who sucked her way to the top and never prosecuted a single case as prosecutor. You know, we have a real border czar, an ICE director. What's good, Josh? E-Black. Is he black the same as E-Black? What you on, you gator? Gator. What? Yeah, you're back. Maybe don't say something stupid and you won't get timed out again. So we got a border czar, former ICE director. Let's go. We got another woman, Elise Stefanik. I've heard that name before, but I don't know a lot about her. For our UN ambassador. This is Elise Stefanik. She's going to be our UN ambassador. I don't even know why we're involved with the UN, but whatever. United Nations. I'm honored to nominate Chairwoman Elise Stefanik to serve in my cabinet as U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Elise is an incredibly strong, tough, and smart America First fighter. So we got that. And then Speaker of the House, potential Speaker of the House, or I'm sorry, not Speaker of the House. I'm sorry, Press Secretary. Press Secretary is a big one. These are the ones that we're going to see on TV every day talking to the press. So not important policy-wise or anything like that, but for public perception, the person that's going to be on the stage talking to the media every day, answering questions, this is an important position. This is one of the only positions that I think we do need an attractive woman as our press secretary to talk to the press. An appealing. Nobody knows what that means, dude. Oh, God, this dude's a reach. Tom Homan seems like he'll take the job serious. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it's nice to have somebody who actually has experience on the border and who's been to the border before running the border, you know? So press secretary. Newsweek. These are potential press secretary options. Look at the first one on the list. The Boy. Let's go. They're putting freaking atrazine in the water. They're turning all the frogs gay. There's black helicopters, black choppers coming in. Let's go, dude. And Alex Jones already posted on X. He said he formally accepts the job as press secretary. Could you imagine Alex Jones as press secretary? Probably not going to happen. Probably not a good look. People like me would love it, but the majority of America would be like, what are you doing, Trump? So I don't think this is going to happen, but we got our hope. We keep our hopes high, you know. Bro, Alex Jones as press secretary would be awesome. Megyn Kelly, she's pretty blonde, popular, good choice, you know. I'm not a fan of Megyn Kelly. She's had problems with Trump in the past. Kelly came out as a strong supporter of Donald Trump in this year's election, including speaking at rally. However, Kelly has been critical of Trump. On an episode of the Megyn Kelly Show last week, she criticized Trump's Madison Square Garden rally, in which comedian Tony Hinchcliffe joked that Puerto Rico was a floating island of garbage for its brotastic atmosphere. What does brotastic mean? I've never even heard that word. That's why she's on TV and I'm not, because she uses words like brotastic. I never watched Alex Jones. Oh, he's great. He's great. Especially if you want a male vitality supplement. He's got a lot of commercials for those. Megyn Kelly's all right. I wouldn't, I'm not a fan, but I'd be all right with it. Carolyn Levitt, don't know anything about her, but pretty blonde. Pretty blonde, potential choice. Peter Ducey was killing it in these in these press conferences with Biden, asking hard-hitting questions to Biden all the time. I loved the Ducey clips. Whenever Ducey would ask Biden a question, it was always epic. He seems kind of like a dork, but he drops some hard-hitting questions and he handles it. But I think he's better as a guy in the audience, a heckler type of guy, But I don't want him heckling Trump's press secretary. So, maybe a good choice, Ducey. Roseanne Barr, potential press secretary Roseanne Barr. Could you imagine? This is like another Alex Jones one. I don't think this is going to happen. I think Roseanne's a little crazy. I love Roseanne, but I think she's a little crazy. Don't know if this would be a good choice. It is interesting, though. Michael Knowles on the list of potential press secretaries. Michael Knowles, charismatic, great speaker. I love Michael Knowles, I think Matt Walsh would be funnier. If we're picking somebody from Daily Wire, I'd love to see Matt Walsh as press secretary. No way, Roseanne. Yeah, Roseanne is a potential on the list. But again, I think we need an attractive woman as press secretary. And here is my bae. My bae, where is she? Oh, Kaylee. Oh, Kaylee. I love Kaylee. But here's the thing. As soon as Kaylee McEnany was not press secretary anymore and she got a show at Fox, she started talking trash about Trump. She turned on Trump. She's a turncoat. She turned on Trump on her show on Fox publicly, but she is hot. I'll say that. And if she's reading the script that Trump puts in front of her and she takes back her disloyal garbage that she said as soon as she got her own show, I could get down with Kaylee coming back because I love Kaylee. I love Kaylee. I really love her too. Bro, she's fine. This is not even a good picture of her. Like, maybe, I haven't seen her in a while, so she probably is just starting to look a little older. But when she's dolled up on that dang press secretary tight, ooh. I used to say the only 3 women I'll simp for. Well, she's one of the women on the list of 3 women that I would simp for. I forget who the Savannah Hernandez was one of them. Kaylee McEnany, and then somebody else. And I think that's it. So, a lot of good options here. Roseanne and Alex Jones, kind of funny trolls, I think. I don't think that's going to happen. But Ducey, Michael Knowles, Kaylee McEnany, Megyn Kelly, all good options, all good choices. So we'll see what happens with that. Trump will name more conservative judges. He may even pick a majority of the Supreme Court. They're trying to get Sotomayor, that lady, to drop out. Because they don't want what happened with Ginsburg to happen. They don't want one of them to die while Trump is president, and then he gets to put a conservative in their place. They want them to leave and then get another one in there quickly before Trump's in, but I don't think it's going to happen. So that's it on the appointments. Now, one little last segment here in the main story news. Luckily, we're going way over time in this main segment here. But luckily, there's not a lot of rapid fire. So, let's watch this. There's protests in New York over Trump being elected. Otherwise, it's been pretty quiet. This is about, other than Lefties Raging, this is the Lefties Raging segment on TikTok. Girls shaving their head and things like that. This is all we're really seeing is New York protests. Which it looks packed here, but I've seen other videos where it's not a very big protest. But this, maybe this was when it was at its peak. Let's see this.
Racist, sexist, anti-gay, Donald Trump, go away.
Racist, sexist, anti-gay, Donald Trump, go away. Sounds based to me. Sounds awesome.
Racist, sexist, anti-gay, Donald Trump, go away. Racist, sexist, anti-gay, Donald Trump, go away.
Yeah, they have to.
Interesting.
Big old trans flag.
Our seasoned generation holds unparalleled power.
Immigrants are welcome here, no hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here, no hate, no fear.
Look at these idiots. They're still wearing masks.
Immigrants are welcome here, no hate, no fear. Immigrants are...
So that's happening in New York. Anti-Trump protests erupt across the U.S. from New York to Seattle. So look at him walking by Trump Tower. He built your skyline, you idiots. Your city was decrepit. Your city was falling apart, and he rebuilt it. He saved it. You ungrateful degens. Ridiculous. Let's watch some meltdowns. Let's watch some meltdowns from the media and from lefties on the internet, the TikTokers. Gotta check out The View. Shout out The View. What's wrong, Joy?
So again, I'm profoundly disturbed that the 14th Amendment of the Constitution did not prevent someone who participated in an insurrection from
Shut up.
becoming president of the United States. I think that going forward, the convicted felon box on employment applications better be taken off, because if you can be the president of the United States, then you should not.
When's the last time you filled out an application? Lots of places hire felons.
Be prevented from employment in this country, because I remember applying for my jobs in
Class E felonies, paperwork felonies, lawfare. If you check that box on your application that you're a felon and then you explain it, you write in the little description box what happened, and then you say it was a paperwork thing. I didn't properly file something, or it's not the same as robbing a house. It's not the same as stabbing somebody.
As a federal prosecutor, and there was a box for convicted felons.
We're all going to have to wake up tomorrow morning and work like hell to move the world to the place that we prefer it to be. And
we got to be unburdened by what has been.
I just want to point out, just as a matter of perspective.
Remember when this guy used to be funny? Remember when this guy was funny? Jon Stewart. Remember when he was funny?
That the lessons that our pundits take away from these results, that they will pronounce with certainty, will be wrong. And we have to remember that.
I literally could go on all day.
No, after the after party, Matthew, I'm going to record it. I'm going to record it, and then I'm going to ride it around. I'm going to do a battery test. I'm going to do a hill test, try to see if it can climb a hill. Actually, whenever I end the show before the after party, I need to put it on the charger. But yeah, I'm going to record a little review video. It's not going to be live. It's going to be a video. I'll record it and probably drop it later in the week.
And yet you talk to Trump voters and they'll go, he didn't say that. Wait, no, I didn't hear him. And then you say, well, here's the quote. And then they'll go, yeah, he didn't mean that.
I didn't expect
Or you're quoting it out of context like you always do.
it to be this resounding, and I think there are some lessons from it. I think we forget about rural America. I think the working class feels left behind. They feel like the powerful, the elite only care about them and their power. And he spoke to them. We may not have liked...
It's not an electric bike. It's an electric scooter. It's like the bird scooters that you see. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
His words, but they turned out for him.
It's not the elite that's going to pay the price. It's people who woke up this morning with a dream and are going to bed with a nightmare. And those people didn't deserve to be respected and held.
I had a dream.
To. Those are the people.
Oh my gosh. This is Vance Jones or whatever. Or is that his name? This is the guy that's always crying. Is he going to start crying here?
And pay the price for whatever Donald Trump decides to do.
I'm mystified in some ways.
Oh my God. Don Lemon. He got a husband.
Who are we as a country? And we're
That's not Don Lemon. That just looked like Don Lemon. Talks like Don Lemon. Probably also has a husband like Don Lemon.
Starting to find out.
I think this is a big, huge part of the story that it's hard to even digest fully at this moment. But you have Elon Musk, who owns Twitter, X, whatever we're calling it these days, X, who is a disinformation propagandist, and now...
Oh, it's funny. Now all of a sudden you guys have a problem with social media owners pushing certain narratives. At least Elon didn't hide it. Van Jones is abhorrent. He's so bad is spelt the word wrong. Attractive ones were trying...
Has a direct, could potentially have a direct line to the Oval Office.
These Democratic leaders are simpletons. They're servants of the donor class. So they go in there like, oh, donor, give me money.
Hey, if Jank is talking crap about Democrats, keep it up, buddy. Keep it up.
Please. And I made an ad. I'm Kamala Harris. I'm full of joy.
Oh, I
okay,
can't
well,
stand
what
it.
did that get you?
I can't stand Jake. Oh my God, he's so annoying.
And they say, oh, Jake, you're too angry. Too angry? What? You think?
He's so annoying. So there's the media freakouts. Let's go to Sky News. What up, Rita? Rita's awesome. Let's look at some lefty tears. We're gonna skip Rita's intro and just go to right here.
Dangerously stupid.
You voted for a racist, a rapist, a dictator. You voted for a bully, a bigot, and a narcissist. Even the Germans tried to warn us, but you didn't listen. You didn't listen to the historians, the psychologists, the educators.
Bro, those glasses don't make you look smarter, FYI. I can't stand people who wear glasses. Sorry, glasses wear...
And the intellectuals. Of course not, because dictatorship 101 is to convince you to distrust the media, the educated, and to create an us versus them mentality.
And people with glasses, yes. We're about to go Pol Pot in this piece.
It's always the dimmest folk who go on about educated experts. If you're wondering why these lefties are so triggered, so shocked by reality, so out of touch with their fellow Americans, well, it could be because they consume the type of media I'm about to show you now. Here are some of our...
Okay, we already saw the media stuff. There's Whoopi, Bill Maher. I want to get back to the... to these, like the TikTokers.
I have rights tomorrow. Yeah, I'm scared to go to sleep.
Everybody slurp up those leftist tears. That is the best camera angle. We love seeing right up your nostrils as you cry tears into the phone. Let the tears rain down.
I wake up on my slave.
She said, I'm going to wake up a slave. Beta.
Anyone else having a meltdown? I don't know how to do this. Right now, I'm
Beta.
just not. I can't deal with this right now. I am 48 years old and I have never experienced anything like this and never thought I would in this country.
You're 48 and you still have that stupid haircut where you shaved half of your head. Shave the rest of it, please.
Wait, I'm so stressed.
Bro, that guy's crying because he's about to get deported. That's why he's crying. Like, he actually has a reason to cry. Oh no, I'm going back to Mexico. I don't know why my essay accent sounded like a Taliban just now.
I don't know how to handle this.
Oh, I'm so sad. But the best reaction goes to this jokester. This is superb work.
I'm literally shaking right now. I'm a trans woman with a baby on the way. What am I going to do? Keep it?
Now, that was parody.
Nice. And then Elon Musk posted this. States Harris won from Newsmax. He shared this. States Harris won versus ID requirement. All of the states that Kamala Harris won, no ID, no ID, no ID, no ID, non-photo ID, no ID, no ID, no ID, non-photo ID, non-photo ID, no ID, non-photo ID, no ID, no ID, no ID. 2 of the states Kamala won require ID. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? All right, guys. That's it for the main story news. We went way over time. How do I, we're going to run an ad. When you guys get back from the ad, it will be time for rapid fire news. Oh, it's meme time, actually. I forgot about the memes. I almost forgot about the memes. We need to. We're going to end up going late tonight. It's supposed to be a 3-hour show, and I make it a dang 4-hour show. Let's pull up the memes while you guys watch a little ad. Little addy ad. Exactly. It's a whole ordeal just to film yourself and stay on camera crying. You're supposed to be lying. Echo's holding it. All right, guys, you ready? It's time for the memes. Meme time. Meme review. Let me fix this camera. This is supposed to be down here. And this should be a little bit higher. There we go. Okay. All right. I didn't get my flu shot because I'm smart enough to realize that the medical industry prefers a chronically ill population over a healthy one. From the Harmacy. It's the Harmacy. Dang. Next. All I Want for Christmas Is You by Mariah Carey is jeering retail workers after Halloween. Huh, he's back. Jeering's back. All I want for Christmas is you. Next. This is so funny. Okay, you see his picture? Somebody in the comments said, you look easy to draw. Like, you look easy to draw. Something about your face, you look easy to draw. And he says, okay, try. And she draws him perfectly. That is awesome. That's like a perfect drawing of that dude. And it probably took, that's dead on accurate. Next. What up, girl? Somebody said, you so fine. Some simp messaged her and says, you so fine. Ha! She's doing the ha face. Somebody said, you so fine. And she said, bless my Cashapp if I'm fine. And he said, Father God, I ask that you bless Bree's Cashapp, Father God. Amen. Got her. But stop simping, though. Next. Look at this. Swing states. Swing states. Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Next. What we do not have is white women who voted about 52% for Donald Trump. What we do not have is white women who voted about 52% for Donald Trump. Uneducated white women. Sunny Hostin. Oh.
Beta.
Merry Christmas, Happy Schwanza, Happy Hanukkah.
Next. Trump. Women who care more about constitutional rights, the economy, foreign policy, and national security than killing babies. Oh, is that Melania? Is that a younger Melania, or is that one of his other wives? I think that's Melania. Oh my gosh, she's so fine. She's so fine.
It's a man, baby.
Trump, there's a man, baby. Let's go, Melania. Boing. I wish I had a boing sound effect. Next. Gosh, she's fine. Therapist after the influx of blue-haired libs post November 5th. Therapist getting rich out here after Trump gets elected. Let's go. And for the blue-haired libs,
Beta.
Next. U.S. presidential election popular vote, Democrat versus Republican. Are You Crazy asked me at the beginning of the election stream what I think the number of votes is going to look like. And I totally forgot about the BS that happened in 2020. And I said, I think it'll be 12 million total votes higher than last year. I was way wrong. Because what I forgot about is that in 2020, it was a completely fraudulent election. And that probably about 20 million of those votes were BS for Trump and for Biden. They had to give him some fake votes too to boost up the numbers and make it look more legit. But isn't this odd? Look, it's about the same 2012 to 2016, total number of votes a little higher. You have a little bigger chunk of red here. Republicans losing the popular vote. Republicans won the popular vote for like the first time in a long time since like 40 years. But look at this. Isn't this odd? In 2020, it skyrockets when people couldn't leave their house and everybody got sent mail-in ballots and you do all the ballot harvesting and everything else. Isn't that odd? Isn't that an odd graph? It's kind of strange. What it should have been is a steady progressive, slightly higher here, and then slightly higher here. A little steady, consistent as the population grows, more and more people. But this jump and then this downfall, that doesn't really make much sense, does it? You think just because of whoa, Josh, you channel dog. Hold up, Josh. What are you talking about? What can I not say? What's calling the election a fraud? Oh, I've never stopped saying that. That's not against TOS anymore. We're allowed to talk about vaccine injuries. We're allowed to talk about election fraud now on YouTube. For a while now, we've been allowed to talk about that. It's not TOS anymore. Now, the trans stuff that I'm going to get into a little later, they still don't like that. But guess what? Trump's in office. They're not going to do shit. They're not going to do nothing. All right? Next. Meanwhile, at the border, welcome to Canada. All the blue-haired Liz. This is a man. This is a man.
It's a man, baby.
Beta.
All the blue-haired lives at the thing. Let's go. Okay, my bad. That's what's up then. Yeah, we'll be all right. Next. Driving before your windshield defrosts when you're late. Here's Johnny. All work, no play makes Jack a dull boy. Dang. That's pretty funny. Next. March safe from Kamala. Guys, we're march safe from a Kamala presidency. Let's go. Nice. Next. Muhammad Ali. That's Muhammad Ali. Next. See those few blue spots? Those are the people who have forced discriminatory diversity, gender ideology, men and women's sports, critical race theory, climate activism, and censorship down our throats, made our lives more expensive and complicated. And the red part, those are the people who are done with it. Let's go. Let's go. Next. Popular vote. Trump, 71 million. Harris, 66 million. Zero chance Biden got 81 million votes in 2020. They stole 2020. They ran America and much of the world through hell since. They fabricated a pandemic, killing millions in the process. They killed millions in Ukraine. They fabricated J6 while imprisoning hundreds. Now it's payback time. Next. How Kamala's career started, how Kamala's career ended. If this were a Venn diagram, the middle section would be blowing it. Blowing it.
Beta!
Merry Christmas, Happy Schwanza, Happy Hanukkah.
Next. Trump is pointing at a sign that says, eat a bag of dicks, you bunch of dirty effing communists. China. Go back to China. Next. Kamala calls for peaceful transfer of power to Adolf Hitler. Nice. Next. Thanks, Babylon B. Oh, Trump is picking some apples of crying libs. Crying libs. Next. Autism rates will be going down. Bet on it. The FDA. Boom, RFK. Let's go. Next. Oh, no. Trump is kneeling on the neck of Kamala for 8 minutes. Trump, get off that woman's neck.
Beta!
Not Trump. Trump's not a beta. Kamala's a beta. Trump.
It's a man, baby.
Next. What radicalized you, Ken? A $5 footlong costs $13.26 now, Barbs. Dang. Next. I love this one. Hispanics, whites, Arabs, Asians, Jews, blacks, Muslims, Christians. This is diversity, equity, and inclusion summed up in a picture. We're all joining together to throw Kamala into the pit. Throw Kamala in the pit. Nice. Except for the Jews. They voted for Kamala. They suck. Next. I can't believe the government would kill an innocent squirrel. Meanwhile, Waco's burning. Waco is burning. Who cares about the squirrel? You know, if Peanut got Trump elected, then I guess I'm okay with the Peanut stuff. Next. Remember, no matter how much you cry like a little bitch, Trump will be your president again. Oh, I gotta read it like the good mother. What's she called? The good witch. Remember, no matter how much you cry like a little bitch, Trump will be your president again. Let's go.
It's a man, baby.
Next. Breaking. Christian leaders call an emergency meeting to discuss the possibility that the rapture has already occurred, as 15 million Democrat voters disappeared without a trace overnight. Dang. Isn't that crazy? Next. Made Kamala Indian again. She's Indian again. She's not black anymore. What's chat saying? They went out for Whoppers and Nuggies tonight. The Good Fairy? No, I think she's called the Good Witch. W white women, bro. Yeah, especially the uneducated one. I love uneducated white women. Any guy that tells you he wants an intelligent woman, I want a smart, intelligent woman. You're crazy, bro. What do you want to argue 24/7 with this woman? You want a educated, intellectual, intelligent, well-spoken woman? No. I want a dumb bitch who can barely read and doesn't speak English. That's what I want. I ain't trying to argue. You don't have to be intelligent to do the dishes and the laundry. It's not that hard. Intelligent woman. What are you talking? That's an oxymoron. Sorry, ladies. I'm just joking. Next. I guess I would like to talk sometimes. I guess if she's at least like 90. I don't want like a mongoloid, woman, but you don't need no dang 120 IQ. I don't want that. I don't want a woman that I have to have debates and discussions with. I want a woman I can say, "Hey, what do you want to do tomorrow?" And she's just like, "I don't know. Get some pizza, go to the movies." And I'm like, "Let's go." Afterwards, there's some laundry to be done, and then we can get our groove on. And she's like, "Yeah, I like that plan." That's all I need. All I need. I don't need to have a policy debate with a woman. Am I right or am I right, guys? Next. Sleep well, middle finger. You've got a big day ahead of you tomorrow, says Donald Trump Jr. Let's go, DTJ. DTJ. DJ TJ. DJ TJ.
It's a man, baby.
Next. Department of Health 2020 versus 2024. Look at the who's going to be. I don't know if he's going to be running the Department of Health. He should be. But we had this overweight, unhealthy person who doesn't know what gender they are was running our Department of Health. Now we're going to have RFK, who's like 100 years old, and he's still built like freaking jacked, doing sit-ups and push-ups at his age. Bro, RFK, I don't like some of his policy positions. He's pro-abortion. He wants to take the guns. He's green energy nut job. But as far as running the health of America, I'm with it. No vaccine, or let's get the vaccines problem figured out. Let's get the chemicals out of the food. Let's reduce the autism rates, even though I think that a lot of that is BS. I don't think the number of autistic people I think it's gone up, but not near as drastically as what they make us think. I think the reason that it's skyrocketed, the numbers of autism rates have gone so high, is because, one, they made the spectrum. So it used to be, if you're autistic, like your physiognomy is different, the way you talk, like you could just look at somebody and say, yeah, that's an autistic person. Whereas now everybody and their mama is autistic. Everybody got to be autistic, which is a Marxist thing. If you're not a marginalized race or a marginalized gender or a marginalized sexuality, they make up the term ableism. They want you to be marginalized mentally and physically. So you have to have a disability. Everybody's got to have a disability. And so now everybody's autistic. And I think those numbers are kind of going up falsely, representing basically people who are just a little weird, and they say, well, maybe I'm autistic. Let's go to the doctor. And the doctor says, yeah, you're autistic. You're depressed. You have anxiety. You have ADHD. Don't get your life together. I'm just going to give you some medications. We got pills for that. And that's why our autism rates are going high. But I do think the chemicals in the food and all the garbage we eat and the vaccines are also bad too. And they are also increasing the autism rates. So yeah, I think that's a thing. Here in Salt Lake City, the reason our autism rates are so high is because of incest. Did you know that? That's true. Doctors can kiss my ass. Take down the gross picture, please. Oh yeah, sorry. I just gotta say, this guy on this side,
Beta.
This guy on this side,
It's a man, baby.
next. Gross picture gone. White Dudes for Harris says his final goodbye. Farewell, Reddit, and farewell to my wife and her boyfriend.
Beta.
Next. Andrew Tate. Thank God men can't get pregnant anymore. Thank God men can't get pregnant anymore. It's not more. More would be more of a, he would say, thank God men can't get pregnant anymore. These men, thank God these men can't get pregnant anymore. Next. Babylon B. America unburdens itself from what has been. Let's go, Babylon B. That's right. That's right.
Merry Christmas, Happy Schwanza, Happy Hanukkah.
Next. Post-fight interview. Joe's in the ring with Kamala. She can't even stand up. She's sitting in the corner.
Beta!
Next. The silent Trump voter came out and saved America today. Joe and Jill, let's go. Next. I'm voting red so my sons don't have to fight in World War III. You're voting blue so your son can become your daughter. We are not the same. Facts. Next. A woman gave birth to each and every one of us. Tomorrow, a woman will give birth to the renewal of our democracy. This guy responded, well, she aborted it. She aborted democracy. Next. Look at Mel. Look at young Mel. Me voting for Trump in 2016, looking like a young Mel Gibson. Me voting for Trump in 2020, looking like Mel Gibson in The Patriot. Me voting for Trump in 2024. Freedom! Let's go!
It's a man, baby.
Next. Donald Trump Jr. Matt break. States where Donald Trump is your president. All of them. All of them. Including Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Alaska, and D.C.
Merry Christmas, Happy Schwanza, Happy Hanukkah.
Next. Are we not going to get one Clinton murdered a guy? He single-handedly kept America from having the first female president twice.
It's a man, baby.
Next. Basking in Democrat tears as NBC, CNN, CBS, and MSNBC unravel on live TV. Vegeta! Let's go. Let's go. This one. Next. I don't vote. It makes no difference. Never Trump. I vote third party. You are smelling your own farts. Next. For sale, bulldozer and a pallet of armored plates. Bought for a project, no longer needed. We're about to kill Dozer in this piece. Next. Let this sink in. As Vice President, Kamala Harris has to certify the election results of Donald Trump's victory on January 6th. This is a scary one. So remember, Pence didn't confirm what Trump was saying, and there was a big deal. People got real mad. The vice president certifies the election results. So I don't think this is going to happen. I don't think people should be paranoid. I think they've already conceded defeat. I don't think there's going to be any. There's going to be some people that claim the election was stolen, even though it was a crushing landslide victory. It didn't come in the middle of the night. We watched it all happen live. There was no broken water mains. There were some ballot boxes burning in one of the most liberal parts of the country. Not surprising. Which that guy, whoever lit those ballot boxes on fire, he knew what was happening. He's like, Trump's going to win. I need to light these ballot boxes on fire. But other than that, we didn't see a whole bunch of crazy stuff happening. We didn't see windows being covered up. We didn't see mass mail-in voting on a level we had never seen before after a pandemic, after a bunch of riots. We didn't see social media suppression of stories. None of those things happened this time. And I think they realized that. Everybody kind of realizes Trump won, and I think there's going to be a peaceful transfer of power. Be funny if the people who were complaining about Trump never leaving tried to do some nonsense like that on January 6th, if Kamala tried to pull something like that. But I don't think it's going to happen. Next. Hey, let's go. Poor Kamala. Trump's not working at McDonald's anymore. He's buying McDonald's. Kamala just got a job at McDonald's. She had to suck her way in to McDonald's. Like sucking a McDonald's milkshake through a straw. What's chat saying? I got to hurry up and get through these. What up, Daddy Jub? I think you should up the soundboard. Is the soundboard too quiet? Thank you for telling me. I got you. I got you. All right. Oh, get out of the Discord. All right. Dang, my bad. Soundboard was low. It's loud in my headphones, though. Next. Oh, American women who think they're voting against the photo on the left are actually voting for the photo on the right. Yeah, you don't want the Handmaid's Tale? Guess what you're going to get instead? Sharia law. If you vote for the people who are letting terrorist cells and Muslims and crazy immigration into the country, you want to look like England? You want to look like Londistan? How about no? Now, to be fair, I think this is kind of based. I wouldn't mind. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to put the women in burqas. I do like some eye candy every now and then, you know. But no, it's not the Handmaid's Tale. You just don't get to murder babies. You were voting for people who were going to turn the country into a Muslim sanctuary country. Meg Thee Stallion don't twerk for free. She might have got the Mickey D's job, somehow blew through campaign funds. Somehow, I mean paying for BS performances. Oprah. Yeah, I have that story in rapid fire. Next. This is what 81 million votes look like. Exactly. Is that better? Next. My name is Ryan. I'm a 42-year-old husband, father, and veteran. I voted for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz to protect my daughter's right to choose. How about you? Somebody said, let me get this straight. The single most important thing in this election to you, of all things, is your daughter being able to be raw dogged without consequence? Really? You're voting for Kamala because you want your daughter to get raw dogged without getting pregnant? And you think that you're a man? You think that that's based? You think that makes you a tough guy?
Beta!
You think that makes you a white dude for Harris? Yes. That's so true. My daughter needs the right to choose. Your daughter needs the right to choose to get banged by guys who don't wear condoms and are losers and can't afford to pay for a child. That's why you're voting for the whole country. You're worried about your daughter getting screwed at a party and then being able to kill the baby. That's what you're worried about. Real good father there. Great father. Next. This is who Kamala featured at a rally yesterday. Vote wisely. Cardi B, I wonder how pee tastes like. Ha! Ha! I wonder how pee tastes like. Next. Dang. This election is wild. One side has Elon Musk, the entire UFC fighting roster, and an army of men with normal testosterone levels. The other side has Mark Cuban, the Krasensteins, and an army of sexually blackmailed celebrities and alcoholic liberal women. Next. What do these endorsements offer? Trump, Tulsi, become anti-war. RFK, make America healthy again. Elon, create Doge. Vivek, gut the feds. Massey, fix agriculture. Kamala, Beyonce, P. Diddy Party. Usher, Diddy Party. Leonardo DiCaprio, Diddy Party. J-Lo, Diddy Party. Ben Stiller, Diddy Party. Dang. Trump.
It's a man, baby.
Kamala.
Beta.
Next. Stop editing your pics. What if you go missing? How can we find you if you look like Beyonce on Facebook and Chewbacca in person?
Merry Christmas, Happy Schwanza, Happy Hanukkah.
And one last sound effect because we didn't have any Clinton memes this week.
Murderers. Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
And that's it for the memes. What you guys talking about in the chat? Agreed. How are you tonight, Daddy Joe? We got a guy who could explain that. To her. What up, Wally? We can Wally make. All right. Let me get the rapid fire open. We got to burn through these. I have a whole lot of stuff about this gender ideology crap. So we're probably going to go a little late with the main show tonight. Which is fine. We'll be streaming all night. After party's coming soon. Panel will be open. But we got to get through this stuff. In Reels and Rapid Fire, we've got wildfires. We've got weird animal news. And then we've got the 4B movement to talk about. So we got a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff today. I thought we weren't going to have a lot today, and I ended up pulling it all together. Ended up pulling it together. We got a show. We got a show, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's watch some funny reels before, a little more funny time before we get back into some news. Y'all ready? Me calling the UICIDE say prevention hotline all day so libtards can't get through. Oh, no. Let's tie up the lines. Tie up the lines. Okay, that's not nice. Don't do that, guys. Don't do that. What else we got?
Have you seen that video?
Oh, we got a funny AI video here. Check this out. This is pretty funny. Watch this. This is AOC and Elon Musk flirting.
Have you seen that video go viral of AOC and Elon Musk flirting?
It's so good. We gotta play that.
I apologize.
No, he's perfect.
I'm breaking all the rules. I'm breaking all the rules.
Well, I guess we might make some mistakes. Who knows?
I think one of the biggest problems we have in DC is that everyone's egos are too big.
I actually just prefer to have no titles at all.
You're opening yourself up.
I'm just being me. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Whoever made this, you're an absolute.
Let's go. I don't think that's even AI. I think it's just clipped up interviews and stuff. Is this one gonna play? We love these little people ones. Oh, come on. Is it gonna work? Ah, my computer's freezing up. Maybe we'll come back to it. Neither of the ones from Facebook are gonna play. Dang it. All right, well, we'll check back on those later, see if they're working. But for now, let's move on. Let's do some rapid fire. Guys, it's Veterans Day. I didn't say it at the beginning of the show. I forgot. I was going to say Happy Veterans Day to all the vets. I'm not big on, I don't know if you've seen the Curb Your Enthusiasm episode where the guy's in the military and they're like, aren't you going to thank him for his service? I'm like Larry David with that. I'm not, if somebody tells me I was in the military, I'm not all of a sudden going to be like, wow, oh, wow, thank you for your service. I'm not big on that. I think that's kind of lame. Like, a lot of people go in the military just so they can get a paycheck for the rest of their lives, and they don't really do anything in the military. There's a lot of convicts and dumb shits who go to the military, and I've talked about the homeless vet problem before. A lot of those people would have ended up homeless anyway because they're the type of guy that would want to go to war and fight. So I respect the heroes, the military heroes. I respect the veterans who put in work for the country, but you don't automatically get some sort of, well, thank you for serving. You're so great. Like, just because you went and did 4 years in the National Guard or something. Like, no, sorry. It's not just some automatic you get credit thing. But on Veterans Day, this is when I will say thank you to the veterans. Thank you for serving. You know, this is your day. We appreciate you. I do thank you for your service. Even if you really didn't do much, thank you for going over there. This is the only time you're going to hear me say this is on Veterans Day. Otherwise, I don't really care. So just so you know, guys, and I know that's going to make some people mad, but they did a whole episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm about this because a lot of people feel this way that, like, I'm not going to just thank you for your service every time you tell me you were in the military. I don't care. I don't care. It was your job. You did your job for a little while. Now, if you're got a leg blown off and you were in war in Iraq, then I'm going to be like, whoa, dang, thank you for your service. But otherwise, Veterans Day, that's your day. You got a day. You get a holiday. Thank you for your service, veterans. We appreciate it. keeping America safe. We need you. And so a little history of Veterans Day. We did more of a deep dive on this last year in Veterans Day, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but a federal holiday in the United States observed annually on November 11th for honoring military veterans of the United States Armed Forces. It coincides with holidays in several countries, including Armistice Day and Remembrance Day, which also occur on the anniversary of the end of World War I. Major hostilities of World War I were formally ended at the 11th hour of the 11th day on the 11th month of 1918, when the armistice in Germany went into effect. At the urging of major U.S. veteran organizations, Armistice Day was renamed Veterans Day in 1954. Veterans Day is distinct from Memorial Day, a U.S. public holiday in May. Veterans Day commemorates the service of all U.S. veterans, while the older Memorial Day, which grew out of the Civil War commemoration, specifically honors those who have died while in military service. Another military holiday that also occurs in May, Armed Forces Day, honors those serving in the U.S. currently serving in the U.S. military. Additionally, Women's Veterans Day is recognized by a growing number of U.S. states that specifically honor women who have served in the U.S. military. Blah, blah, blah. Find me a vet not getting some type of perpetual check for a BS disability. I know several personally. Yeah, I know. I'm grateful for the ones who still chose to go serve in the military. Yeah, and that's why I said, they have a federal holiday. This is the day where we say thank you to the vets. Thank you for your service. But you don't deserve a thank you from every single person who ever meets you for the rest of your life. Every time you say hello, by the way, I was in the military. Thank you for your service. Cut that out. Cut that out. You have a holiday. We are grateful. Thank you. But not every day. Not every time I see you. No. Not every time you meet a new person. You've come to expect too much. All right. Let's move on. Happy Veterans Day, everybody. Thank you for your service, military guys. All right. One of the Facebook things is playing. One second. I gotta let it recycle.
That's not how the world works. You don't always get your way.
Are you for real, dude? Hey, sorry, would you mind if we switch seats just for this last part? She really likes to watch out the window as we land, and it helps calm her down.
Yeah, no, even if I wanted to switch, I think it's more important that your daughter learn a valuable lesson. That's not how the world works. You don't always get your way.
Are you for real, dude?
Legendary. Legendary status. This guy's awesome. You don't always get your way. That's not the way the world works. All right. What else we got? Fires. Fires. We got fires burning. Fires burning. Daddy Job, 1, I agree. And 2, this is another reason I refuse to defer vets' opinions on policies after hearing so many boneheaded leftist takes from them. Yeah. Yeah, I've pissed people off with my thoughts on this enough, so I'm going to stop talking about it. But yeah. Yeah, when I constantly hear people talking about the homeless vets, it's like, you must not know very many homeless people. Like, the majority of them aren't actually vets. They're doing stolen valor. They got their military uniform from a what's it called? A military surplus store, and they go panhandle in a military thing and say, I was a Vietnam vet and now I'm homeless. And then they're holding a sign. So you're like, oh, let me give you some money. Chances are that guy's stolen valor. And if the number of military vets have a high homeless rate, that's because the type of person, the young, rambunctious guy who is the type of person who goes to the military, is the type of person who is likely to potentially end up homeless anyway, because they're often hard-headed, rowdy type of guys. That's one of the reasons they end up homeless. Now, I'm not saying all, not all, but most. There are guys that lost their legs and they can't get a good job, and the VA is the closest thing that we have to socialism in America. So, of course, it's going to be a garbage system. And so the system is screwed up. The guys can't work because they're injured and they become homeless. Yes, that's a bad thing. I agree that's a bad thing. But the majority of the time, and this is coming from a guy who has been in the shelters, I've been to the jails, I've talked to these homeless vets. A lot of them would have been homeless anyway. Even if they hadn't have gone to the military, they still would have been homeless because they're not like, I'm just saying, come on. Think about it. They're not the type of person that goes to medical school, to become a doctor. They're the type of person who's like, I want to kill somebody. Let's go. Go to war. I'm down. That's the type of person that, might end up homeless. So anyway, but we love. Anyway, I get in trouble when I get on this rant. People get mad. Anyway, wildfires. We got wildfires. We got fires in California and New York. Crazy. Firefighters make progress, but Southern California wildfire rages on. Big wildfire in Southern California. Ventura, improved weather conditions allowed firefighters to increase containment on the blaze raging northwest of Los Angeles and keep it from growing over the weekend. But residents from about 1,000 evacuated homes still had to stay away. Well, Democrat policies, when you don't do controlled burns, you don't do deforestation, you don't do, as Trump said, you have to rake up all the extra growth. You got to rake it up. And Joe Rogan's like, well, you think you can rake up the whole forest? Shut up, Joe. You know what he means. He doesn't actually mean rake it up. I don't know how we have damn near the same take on the military. Never discussed it to my memory. Well, we're smart guys. We're smart, common sense guys. We're not. We don't think like emotional women. We use common sense and think about things logically. It makes perfect sense. Everything I just said makes perfect sense. And if it offends you, stop being a bitch. How about that? Improved weather could. Okay, so fires in California, shocker. Meanwhile, also fires in New York. Teenage park ranger dies as wildfires burn in New York State. An 18-year-old park ranger has died in the U.S. state of New York while battling a wildfire in Sterling Forest, one of several blazes that erupted in the region this week. The teenager was identified by state police as Dario Vasquez. Officials said Mr. Vasquez, who worked for the state's Parks and Recreational Department, was helping to fight the fire when he was killed. As of Sunday, several brush fires are burning across the region of New England on the U.S. East Coast, fueled by warm, dry weather. Democrat policies, homeless people lighting fires in the woods, not cleaning up the forest floor because of environmental restrictions, and just blue states. I'd be shocked if wildfires start burning in Colorado all of a sudden. Probably not going to happen because it's wintertime and they're high altitude. They got snow on the ground and stuff like that. But I would not be surprised. Or maybe like Nevada. Was it Nevada or Arizona? One of those. I think it was the one under Colorado. I think it was Arizona. I think Nevada went red. I think Arizona went blue. Just shocker if all the blue states suddenly start burning. I would not be surprised. Now let's look at some weird animal news. Check out this story. 43 from AP, 43 monkeys remain on the run from South Carolina lab. CEO thinks they're having an adventure. That's a JSUrban adventure with the monkeys. Watch out, guys. The next COVID-19. I just realized how damn fresh you look. Headphones match the shirt. Ain't nothing. That's right. We had so many arsonists on the Cali coastline after the St. Fentanyl bull. Yeah. Yeah, it could be arsonists. It could be planned burns. Like, they want... All these blue states are always burning. Isn't that odd? An adventure. That's what the headline says. Look, I didn't make that up. 43 monkeys are having an adventure. Yeah, they're making the next monkeypox virus. Let's watch this. They're going to give me an ad. Oh, they're not going to give me an ad.
Just
Cool.
if you observe.
That guy's voice is really loud. It's only a 19-second video. Are you going to show me the monkeys? Bro, 43 monkeys on the loose.
Just if you observe, a monkey or a group of them, just do not approach them. Do not try to feed them. Do not try to take one as a pet, but just remain where you are inside, somewhere safe, and just contact 911. Advise them of your location, and we'll get someone out there.
Bro, that guy has the DGG accent, the Destiny fan accent. Is that it? That's the only video? I want another video. Look at the monkeys. Bro, we got monkeys. Oh, I wish there was more videos. 43 monkeys bred for medical research that escaped a compound in South Carolina have been spotted in the woods near the site, and workers are using food to try to recapture them. The rhesus macaques, how do you say that? Rhesus macaques made a break for it Wednesday after an employee at the Alpha Genesis facility in Yamasi didn't fully lock a door as she fed and checked on them. They are very social monkeys and they travel in groups. Bro, Planet of the Apes, monkey virus, monkey flu, what's it called? Monkeypox, which I heard that you get from having gay sex, but I guess you could also get it from getting bit by a rhesus monkey. I don't know. Guys, I feel like this is going to be a bigger story. When the first got to the door, tend to follow right along. They're very social monkeys. So when the first couple go out the door, the others tend to just follow right along. Westgard said the main goal is to have the monkeys return safely with no other problems. I think they are having an adventure, he said. Bro. They're about the size of a cat. They're all females, and they weigh 7 pounds, so at least they can't reproduce. They are not infected with any disease whatsoever. They are harmless and a little skittish. Harmless? If a gang of angry feminist monkeys attack you, they'll rip your face off. And your penis. Okay, stop. I'm going too far. That's crazy. More crazy animal stories. Beloved Russian spy whale, Vladimir, I think the H is silent, Valdemir, is found dead under mysterious circumstances. They killed the Russian spy beluga whale. Valdemir, a beloved whale believed to have escaped a past life as a Russian spy. Russia has spy beluga whales. I've heard people say spy dolphins. Maybe they're getting the beluga whale confused. Maybe they're getting the common harbor porpoise or the beluga whale confused with Terciala truncatus, which is the bottlenose dolphin, which has a triangulated snout or a triangulated dorsal fin and elongated snout. Terciala truncatus is not the same thing as the beluga whale or the common harbor porpoise. Okay. All right. Just so you guys know, there are not spy dolphins. There are spy beluga whales. Two different things. One is a mammal, I believe, and one is a fish. Or maybe I'm wrong about that. But this is not a dolphin, just so you guys know. That's a gorgeous beluga whale. Look at that happy little guy. He was a Russian spy. The beluga, whose name combines the Norwegian word for whale, Val, and the Russian President Vladimir Putin's first name. Valdemir. It's Whale-demir. It's Whale Putin. Rose to international prominence after he was discovered by fishermen off the coast of Norway in 2019 wearing a camera harness that read Equipment St. Petersburg. Theories about his mysterious past sparked headlines and intrigue, but it was his friendly demeanor that won him scores of admirers over the years. So, he died. He did. Whale-demir The Norwegian or the Russian beluga spy whale is dead. Sad. Do you have a dorsal fin? Do you know, Snowflake? Do you call me Tom? Do you have a dorsal fin? To train the dolphin, you must be getting inside the dolphin's head. I am saying to Snowflake, aga, aga, aga. And he's saying to me, aga, aga. And you can quote him. I love that movie. You knew that what I was referencing right away, huh? You knew when I said Tarsialifrocatus. The common harbor porpoise is not the same as the dolphin, which has an elongated snout and a triangular dorsal fin, also known as Tarsialifrocatus. That's the only reason I know the Latin name of a dolphin is because of Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. Harris paid $1 million to Oprah in a failed bid to help her campaign. So meanwhile, Elon is paying like $120 million, which is the largest individual donation to a campaign. Elon paid that to Trump, whereas Harris paid Oprah $1 million to go on her show. She spent six figures on the Call Her Daddy podcast. Harris had to pay her way onto these shows. Do you think Trump paid to get on Rogan? I doubt it. I doubt it. Sig time, I'm out of cigs until I go to the store in between the shows. So Harris paid thank you, B-Wise. What is this? Harris had to pay $1 million to get on Oprah's show. She paid six figures to get on the Call Her Daddy podcast. I have a feeling Trump didn't pay to go on any of those podcasts. Maybe, but I doubt it. CIA tried to train spy dolphins, brother. Have you seen Norm Macdonald's youthful porpoise joke? Spelled porpoise wrong for sure. Yeah, you definitely spelled porpoise wrong. Maybe America had spy dolphins, but Russia has spy beluga whales. Dolphins are smarter. So maybe America, that's another reason why America is better than Russia. They couldn't even figure out how to harness dolphin spy tech. They're using dang beluga whales. Maybe his campaign paid. It's possible. Seems like he just big dogs it and invites whoever the fuck he wants. Yeah. I've been seeing this in the headlines. There's theories, or there's ideas going around, rumors, that's the word I'm looking for. There's rumors going around that Elon bought Tesla. Elon bought Ford. Did Tesla CEO Elon Musk buy the Ford Motor Company? Sometimes it seems like Elon Musk in his supervillain era buying up companies left and right and firing rockets into space, but has Musk gone so far as to acquire one of the most historic and important companies in American history? Rumors began circulating on Thursday that Musk had bought the Ford Motor Company. If true, Musk, the CEO of Tesla, would have greatly expanded his automobile empire in one fell swoop. However, Ford has come forward to say any such rumors are just that, rumors. We don't have much to say here other than the story is totally false. So there's a little debunk on a rumor that I've seen going around. NASA helicopter captures eerie wreckage on the surface of Mars. I don't know if this is real, but let's look. Look at this picture. NASA's Ingenuity helicopter completed a total of 72 flights on the surface of the red planet. What is this wreckage from? Of course, it's going to be otherworldly. The images were literally taken on another world, but perhaps the species we're going to have to get more accustomed to the idea of seeing the presence of life on grounds other than that which we walk upon. Right now, we can only send technology to other worlds, but we're 120 years from working out how to develop flying machines. So think where we might be by the end of this century. The helicopter, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so this is wreckage of the Ingenuity helicopter. So this is not alien. This is a a craft that we sent to Mars that flew around Mars 72 times, then it crashed. And this is probably the rover taking pictures of it. I thought they were trying to imply that there was like alien wreckage on Mars. Anyway, I don't care about that too much. The Taliban will attend the UN climate conference for the first time. From AP, the Taliban will attend a UN climate conference for the first time since their takeover of Afghanistan in 2021. The country's National Environment Agency said Sunday. The conference, known as COP29, begins Monday, and Azerbaijan is one of the most important multilateral talks to include the Taliban, who do not have official recognition as legitimate rulers of Afghanistan. The National Environmental Protection Agency posted on social media platform X that a technical delegation had gone to Baku to participate. Mateo Haq Khalis, the agency's head, said the delegation would use the conference to strengthen cooperation with the international community on environmental protection and climate change. We got terrorists telling us about climate change now. We have Taliban terrorists going to freaking climate discussions. So stupid. Last story in rapid fire. This kind of will lead into the degeneracy in we still have like another hour of the show left, guys. So just so you know, the after party's starting late today. Because this gender stuff is very important. Yes, Amanda is informing you. Dolphins know who the good guys are. Wouldn't ride for the Ruskies. Let's go. I'll wager Elon is the most powerful man to ever lived. Maybe second to Trump. Maybe second to Trump. I don't know. Maybe they're competing for power. So let's talk about this 4B movement real quick in rapid fire. It'll lead us into the degeneracy of gender transition and stuff. This is just basically degeneracy as a whole. From CNN, after Trump's win, some women are considering the 4B movement. What is the 4B movement, you might ask? Well, I'll tell you in a moment. In the hours and days since it became clear that Donald Trump would be the reelected president of the United States, there's been a surge of interest in the U.S. for 4B. Young liberal women across TikTok and Instagram are discussing and sharing information about the South Korean feminist movement, in which straight women refuse to marry, have children, date, or have sex with men. So this is basically MGTOW. It's basically MGTOW for women. The only difference is MGTOW are beta because they won't marry or cohabitate with women, but they'll still have sex with women because they're simps. They don't want to get married. They don't want to have kids. They support abortion. They don't want to live with the women. They just want to have sex with as many women as they can. That's what MGTOW does. Well, the 4B is like women's MGTOW, women going their own way, except they've sworn off sex with men, living with men, marrying men, being friends with men, talking to men, acknowledging men. That's the 4B movement. South Korean feminists started this. And now women in America are upset about Trump. The same thing happened when Roe v. Wade got overturned. They started shaving their heads. They're saying, we're going to be celibate. We're not sleeping with you men anymore. It's like, and this is all about abortion rights, right? It's like, so you're saying that in order to get back at the evil men who said women shouldn't be promiscuously having sex and then killing their babies, in order to punish them, you're not going to have promiscuous sex with a bunch of losers and then kill your baby anymore? Round of applause, ladies. Good job. You're catching on. You're catching on. Maybe while you're at it, in order to protest, you should start going to church. And then maybe there you'll meet a good Christian man who you can stay celibate and then marry him. And then you two can start a family together and not kill the baby. And you won't be worried about abortion rights anymore. Good job, ladies. You finally figuring it out. But just like Roe v. Wade, nothing's going to come of this. It'll last for a week. It's a viral trend on TikTok. All these chicks are TikTok brained. Let's watch a video about it.
In the wake of Donald Trump's...
This is from Inside Edition. Probably going to get hit with a copyright because of Inside Edition. I think they don't like when you play their stuff. But it's short. We'll pause a couple times. Let's watch this.
Historic win, there's a new movement sweeping America. Disappointed women are actually swearing off men.
There's no way I am letting any man.
You guys already know what I'm going to say. You guys already know what I'm going to say. Why is it the fattest, ugliest, most undesirable women are the ones who most adamantly support abortion? Maybe it's because they get ran through by drunk guys that they meet at the bar when they're drunk. They just get ran through because they're easy. Like, I'm sure this chick's been ran through. And no guy wants to stay with her. Like, that's the neighborhood bicycle. Like, yeah, you'll ride it, but you don't want your friends to see you riding it. So she's been hit up. Dude ain't putting on a rubber. I'm not spending money on a rubber to bang you. And then she had to get an abortion, and that's why she supports abortion. It's always the most nasty, undesirable, unattractive women who are get into this stuff.
And near me for the next few years.
They're saying no to dating.
Bro, look at this. This chick's wearing a pussy hat.
No to marriage. No to sex.
This girl, they'll show her in a second. She's kind of cute, but she's got the fake banana lips, the lip injection, the banana lips.
Celibacy, at least to me.
Like, see, this girl, well, she seems very young, first off. But look at her top lip. How young are you that you've already had lip filler injected into your face? Your lips look retarded. You have banana lips. Stop it, ladies. It's not attractive. You look weird. You look like a clown. You're getting the Botox and you're getting like facelifts when you're 18. Your skin looks tight. It looks gross. Your lips are giant and fake looking. Cut it out. Cut it out. You're making yourself ugly. You're making yourself look like a freak show person. Stop it, ladies.
Isn't that hard?
And no to having children.
Like so many other women in America who have been considering trying.
Your eyes are too close together.
To get pregnant. I woke up today and said, nope, not anymore.
This woman is actually shaving her head in protest. It's being called
You look like a dude before you shaved your head. What are you talking about? Who cares?
the 4B movement, and women are taking to social media declaring their allegiance.
The 4B movement was actually started by women in South Korea back in 2000.
South Korea. South Korea, we have feminists. How do they have feminists in South Korea is what I want to know.
2019, as part of their version of the Me Too movement, the number 4 refers to dating, marriage, sex, and children.
This movement's way more.
Dating, marriage, sex, and children. Well, it's okay. You'll be miserable when you're 30 and you're blown out. Your eggs are all gone. When you can't have a kid, you'll be miserable. So good for you.
More important now than ever.
26-year-old Alexa Vargas joined the movement 2 years ago and expects a surge of interest in the wake of the.
See, the Roe v. Wade being overturned. She joined when Roe v. Wade overturned, and she's committed. At least she's committed to it. But why did she get the lip fillers? Because you saw that older video of her. She didn't have the lip fillers. Why did she get the lip fillers after joining the 4B movement? Like, I don't know. I have to assume they get the lip fillers because they want it to look more like they have DSL. If you don't know what that stands for, don't worry about it, ladies. Idiocracy will soon be just a movie again. Why do they all attack their hair? I don't know. I don't know.
Trump victory.
So you, in 2022, swore off dating forever.
Not forever. We're not going to settle for low-value men that don't respect us anymore.
But
Oh, base, that's what we've been saying this whole time. Go watch my video at the abortion rally. I say at the end, stop sleeping with losers, ladies, and then you won't need abortions. How about you find a man who will marry you, who will stay celibate and date you and then marry you and then wants to have a family with you and he can support you and your family, you know, then you don't have to worry about abortions. You can live a great, fulfilling life and you can die a proud grandmother. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Lots of women are mocking the no marriage, no sex movement.
Wait, that woman was cutting her hair off? Oh, bold.
Wild. The fact that these crazos are out here, they're like, we're not touching men. I hope that means more for me.
Well, that's kind of weird too. Anyway, all right, guys, it's time for the last segment of the show. We're gonna get into some nasty stuff, some weird cess stuff, and it involves children. So I'm gonna do a little disclaimer right here. This is for YouTube. This is for the algorithm, for the Eye of Sauron. If you're listening, I'm going to be saying some words that YouTube doesn't like. And I'm going to say them because it needs to be said. I'm not going to speak like a 2-year-old. I'm not going to use codes. I'm not going to change my words up. There are going to be words that are going to be said, and we're going to be reading things from PubMed, the National Health Institute. We're going to be watching videos. This is a serious topic. It's important. And if you shadow ban it or remove it or anything like that, I hope Trump puts you in jail. I hope you go to jail. Whoever's running YouTube, I'm going to say words like suicide. We're going to be talking about this is a serious topic, and these words need to be said. I have to be able to read the story as it's written, read the studies and the statistics as they're written from the National Institute of Health and PubMed and all these. I'm going to say the words. We're going to be talking about gender transition surgery in children. We're going to be talking about puberty blockers for children, gender ideology, gender, what do they call it? Gender reconstruction surgery, all this crap, suicidality and suicide rates. And I'm going to say these words. So if you ban this or block, I'm writing Trump a letter because this is a serious issue. This is a serious topic, and we need to discuss it like adults in a serious manner. So this is not for kids. Kids shouldn't be hearing about this. But if you're a parent, you know, this is it's not as prevalent as we think. It's not as bad as we think yet. But the only way we're going to keep it from getting worse is when we have people like Trump in office that aren't going to let this crap happen. And when we have people talking about it and exposing it and making it known. Guys like Billboard Chris. Guys like I'm about to do. We're going to read the studies. We're going to say the word suicide. We're going to probably say the word penis inversion and what is it called? Vaginoplasty, and talk about dilation and flipping penises inside out and things like that. It's gross. It's bad. It's nasty. But it has to be said. Somebody's got to say it. Somebody got to say it. We're not going to speak in code. So there are always ways to apply lip liner to me. I'm off to cook dinner now. Good night. Yeah, B-Wise don't want to hear about this mess. I get it, B-Wise. Well, also, it's late. Peniche. So let's get into this. Let me open these bookmarks. Gender affirming care. I got a lot here.
A .world domain name that...
We're going to start with this Trump video. Now, this plays on a loop. This has been playing on a loop for nonstop on this channel. So we're just going to have to... But you can pretty much pick it up and listen at any time, and it'll just loop around. But this is Trump. Trump declares war on LGBTQ plus, ban on gender affirming care, penalties for doctors, teachers who talk about this. Let's listen to this. This is why we're talking about this, because this is a big thing Trump's doing that needs to be done. I know it's not like I'm saying bad words, Dean, but YouTube YouTube doesn't like those words. I'm not gonna edit it. We're just gonna say it. So.
And emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. A process that includes giving kids puberty blockers, mutating their physical appearance, and ultimately performing surgery on minor children.
Sterilized.
Can you believe this? I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars.
He said any age, which includes adults. I'm so sick of this libertarian mindset of as long as they're not hurting anybody, it's okay. You know, as long as they're adults, they can consent. Consenting adults, they're not hurting anybody. You can do what you want in your own house. No, screw that. The reason this stuff gets so bad is because it starts with the adults. Kids look up to adults. Kids want to do what the adults do. So if the adults can go around and get their wee-wee chopped off and get their boobies chopped off, kids are going to look up to them and do it, especially when these people can adopt children. Then you have teachers and parents of adopted children. Their children see it from the teachers. The children see it from the parents. They go to school. They hear about it. And the kids look up to the adults, and they want to do it too. So it does cause harm. No, this should not be allowed for any age. Doctors take a Hippocratic oath to do no harm. And we're going to talk about the myth of the suicide rates. They do not go down after this gender transition surgery. There's not enough conclusive evidence. So when you hear lefties say that, it's BS. Let's keep listening.
Sex discrimination and the elimination of federal funding. As part of our new credentialing body for teachers, we will promote positive education about the nuclear family, the roles of mothers and fathers, and celebrating rather than erasing the things that make men and women different and unique. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth. The bill will also make clear that Title IX prohibits men from participating in women's sports, and we will protect the rights of parents from being forced to allow their minor child to assume a gender which is new and an identity without the parents' consent. The identity will not be new, and it will not be without parental consent. No serious country should be telling its children that they were born with the wrong gender, a concept that was never heard of in all of human history. Nobody's ever heard of this, what's happening today.
We're going to talk about the origins of this.
It was all when the radical left invented it just a few years ago. Under my
little more than a few years, it's been about 60 to 100 years.
Leadership, this madness will end. Thank you very much. I plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care.
Okay, so we made it through the loop. They've been playing this on a loop on this channel. So first what is gender-affirming care? Or GAC is a range of services that support transgender and non-binary people in their gender transition. Medical includes surgery, hormone therapy, and voice care. Mental health includes behavioral health assessments. Social includes services that help people live authentically. When it's not authentic, there's nothing authentic about it. It's the opposite of authentic. GAC is patient-centered and individualized. It's based on evidence and age appropriate. There is no evidence. As we're about to see. Age appropriate standards of care. Decisions about care are made in consultation with doctors and parents. GAC is life-saving for many transgender and non-binary people. This is called emotional hostage taking. When they say, if you don't accept our lie that we live, we're going to kill ourselves. We're going to commit suicide if you don't live our lie along with us. It's BS. Non-binary people who experience gender dysphoria. Gender dysphoria is the distress that results from a person's gender identity not matching their sex assigned at birth. Now, if you're not real deep into politics and social commentary and things like this, you may be wondering, what do they mean, gender identity? Well, as we're about to find out, ever since a woman named Simone de Beauvoir, a French lady, I told you nothing good comes from France. Before her, sex and gender were synonymous, right? They were interchangeable. You could use either word, sex, gender, same thing. It means the same thing. Simone de Beauvoir, this French feminist lady, comes around and comes up with what we call modern gender theory. It's really postmodern gender theory. It's now postmodernism. But this gender theory idea is the idea that gender is separate from sex. Sex is your chromosomes and your gametes and your physical, you have a penis or a vagina. That's your sex. But gender is a social construct that is an identity that you can form over time and is formed by your social interactions and things like this. This is total nonsense that was never thought of before. Sex and gender were always synonymous until this modern gender theory idea came in, and a feminist pushed it. So you can thank France, you can thank feminism. We'll talk about Simone de Beauvoir in a second. Let's keep going with the reading about what it is, what gender affirming care is. Bans on care for minors. 23 states have laws or policies that ban or limit GAC for minors. Some states consider banning care for people up to the age of 26 when the brain when the brain stops forming. I say not at all. Don't do it at all. You've taken a Hippocratic oath. If I want you to cut off my arm, or if I say I should not have an arm, if I have an arm, I'm going to kill myself. Doctor, cut off my arm or I'm going to commit suicide. That doctor should not cut off my arm. Instead, we should figure out what's wrong with me and address that instead of indulging somebody's delusions. You don't do that in any other situation except for this one. What up, Fredo? Prohibitions on public funds. Some states prohibit public funds from being used to provide transgender health care. Supporters of GAC point to research that shows it can be life-saving. More than 20 supporters of GAC point to research. Okay, well, we're gonna look at the research, so we'll see. So let's go on to the origins of this. Now we know what it is. Now let's talk about how it started. So Simone de Beauvoir, a French philosopher and writer, a feminist, January 9th, 1908 to April 14th of 1986. She died in 1986. Let's read about her from The Guardian. 10 key quotes. Well, no, we'll just look at her Wikipedia real quick. Simone Lucie Ernestine Marie Bertrand de Beauvoir. She has like 18 different names. Simone Lucie Ernestine Marie Bertrand de Beauvoir was a French existentialist philosopher, writer, social theorist, and feminist activist. Though she did not consider herself a philosopher, nor was she considered one at the time of her death, she had a significant, now they call her a philosopher when you Google her. She was not a philosopher. She was just a crazy feminist, a hateful bitch, basically. Nor she had significant influence on both feminist existentialism and feminist theory and gender theory. This is the origins of modern gender theory. So Beauvoir wrote novels, essays, biographies, autobiographies, and monographs on philosophy, politics, social issues. She was best known for her trailblazing work in feminist philosophy, The Second Sex. She wrote the book The Second Sex in 1949, a detailed analysis of women's oppression and a foundational tract for contemporary feminism. She was also known for her novels, the most famous of which were She Came to Stay and The Mandarins. Her most enduring contribution to literature and her memoirs, notably the first volume, Memoirs Jean Philippe Rangy. She received the 1954 Prix Concours, the 1975 Jerusalem Prize, and the 1978 Austrian State Prize for European Literature. She was also nominated for the Nobel Prize, garbage. However, Beauvoir generated controversy when she briefly lost her teaching job after being accused of sexually abusing some of her students. Shocker. She and her longtime lover, Jean-Paul Sartre, along with numerous other French intellectuals, campaigned for the release of people convicted of sex offenses and signed a petition which advocated the abolition of age of consent laws in France. Wow, this lady sounds like a real winner. Sounds like a real winner. Let's read some of her most famous quotes, and you'll start to see where these ideas came from. As a Google Doodle celebrates the birth of the French feminist philosopher and novelist, here's a glimpse of her thinking in 10 quotes. These are 10 quotes from Simone de Beauvoir from The Guardian. Man is defined as a human being and women as a female. Whenever she behaves as a human being, she is said to imitate the male. So you start to see these male and female as something different than man and woman. Like, look at this quote right here. One is not born, but rather becomes a woman. Someone is not born a woman, but becomes a woman. Now, you may say, you're not born a man. You're not born a woman. You have to grow into manhood. You have to grow into womanhood. And that sounds base. That makes sense, right? That's not the way she means it. That's not the way she means it. She literally means that woman is gender. It's not female. Woman is a gender. And the gender woman, you grow into that. And you could be born with a penis and still become a woman. Because woman is a social construct. It's a gender. This is where these ideas start being prevalent. Is this woman right here. Here's another quote. Few tasks are more like the torture of Sisyphus than housework, with its endless repetition. The clean becomes, so this gender roles, right? She was very against gender roles. She was against age of consent laws. She did weird sex stuff with her students. This lady is a freak. The clean becomes soiled. The soiled is made clean over and over, day after day. The housewife wears herself out, marking time. She makes nothing, simply perpetuates the present. Eating, sleeping, cleaning. The years no longer rise up towards heaven. They lie spread out ahead, gray and identical. The battle against dust and dirt is never won. So, speaking against gender roles, being a housewife, you got to be a boss bitch. You got to go to work. You got to be like the man, right? You don't have to have these gender roles. And here's some Marxist views. Obviously a Marxist. She's French. What do you expect? All the commies learned Lenin, Stalin, all of them they went to France for their education. Nothing good comes from France. Except for the guillotine, the trebuchet, and the menage a trois. That's the only good things that ever came from France. All oppression creates a state of war. This is no exception. So, Marxism, the eternal battle of the oppressor versus the oppressed. That's what we see here. Oppression. The women are oppressed. They're marginalized by these evil men, the patriarchy. One's life has value so long as one attributes value to the life of others by means of love, friendship, indignation, and compassion. Oh, that sounds nice. In itself, homosexuality is as limiting as heterosexuality. The ideal should be to be capable of loving a man or a woman, either a human being without feeling fear, restraint, or obligation. So you're starting to see that this idea of androgeneity, androgynous. How do you say androgeneity? Maybe. No gender roles, no genders, man and woman, one and the same. Sounds like some Gospel of Thomas, secret knowledge, Gnosticism type mess. To emancipate woman is to refuse to confine her to the relation she bears to man, not to deny them to her. Let her have her independent existence, and she will continue nonetheless to exist for him also. Mutually recognizing each other as subject, each will yet remain for the other another. The reciprocity of their relations will not do away with the miracles, desire, possessions, love, dream, adventure. Not a J.S. Urban adventure, worked by the division of humanity, beings into two separate categories, and the words that move us, giving, conquering, uniting, will not lose their meaning. The words that move us, giving, conquering, uniting, will not lose their meaning. On the contrary, when we abolish slavery of half of humanity, meaning women, together with the whole system of hypocrisy that it implies, then the division of humanity will reveal its genuine significance and the human couple will find its true form. That sounds like word salad, mumbo jumbo nonsense. Self-knowledge is no guarantee of happiness, but it is on the side of happiness and can supply the courage to fight for it. Self-knowledge, knowing yourself, meaning if I was born with a penis, but I know that I'm a woman, I can become a woman. On the day when it will be possible for woman to love not in her weakness, but in strength, not to escape herself, but to find herself, not to abase herself, but to assert herself. On that day, love will become for her, as for a man, a source of life and not of mortal danger. In the meantime, love represents in the most touching form the curse that lies heavily upon woman, confined in the feminine universe. Woman mutilated, insufficient unto herself. What the? I don't even get that one. Each of us is responsible for everything and to every human being. No, we aren't. No, we are not. So those are some quotes from Simone de Beauvoir. Another founder of this. Oh, where did it go? Oh, here we go. Another one of the founders of this gender affirming care, this modern gender theory movement, are David Reimer and John Money, specifically John Money. So if you haven't heard of this story, get ready. Get ready. This is from ASU. This is from Arizona State University, the Embryo Project Encyclopedia. David Reimer and John Money, Gender Reassignment Controversy, the John and Joan case. So if you haven't heard this story, buckle yourself in. This is a fun one. In the mid-1960s, psychologist John Money encouraged the gender reassignment of David Reimer, who was born a biological male but suffered irreparable damage to his penis as an infant. Born in 1965 as Bruce Reimer, his penis was irreparably damaged during infancy due to a failed circumcision. Another good reason to maybe avoid circumcision. After encouragement from Money, Reimer's parents decided to raise Reimer as a girl. So these are two twin boys. One of them has a failed circumcision and has irreparable damage to his penis. So they say, let's just chop it off and raise him as a girl. We'll tell him he was born a girl and we'll raise him. We'll see what happens. And this is post Simone de Beauvoir. So we already have modern gender theory, and it's starting to prevail in the institutions, educational institutions and things like this, college, science, all very liberal, all feeding into this BS, this propaganda. And so this John Money guy says, let's raise one of the twins as a boy and one of the twins as a girl. Boy, you know exactly. It puts lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. Snip her fallopian. This is such an effed up story. Yeah, it gets crazy. Okay, so, and I could just tell you the story, but I want to read it so that YouTube, nobody can say that I'm like, this is from ASU, the Embryo Project Encyclopedia. I'm telling my sources. I'm reading off of this. I'm not just making up something or pulling it out of my ass. Okay. Reimer's parents decided to raise Reimer as a girl. Reimer underwent surgery as an infant to construct rudimentary female genitals and was given female hormones during puberty. During childhood, Reimer was never told he was biologically male and regularly visited Money, who tracked the process of his gender reassignment. Reimer unknowingly acted as an experimental subject in Money's controversial investigation, which he called the John Joan case. The case provided results that were used to justify thousands of sexual reassignment surgeries for cases of children with reproductive abnormalities. Despite his upbringing, Reimer rejected the female identity as a young teenager and began living as a male. He suffered severe depression throughout his life, which culminated in his suicide at the age of 38. Reimer and his public statements about the trauma of his transition brought attention to gender identity and called into question the sex reassignment of infants and children. Bruce Peter Reimer was born on 22nd of August 1965 in Winnipeg, Ontario, to Janet and Ron Reimer. At 6 months of age, both Reimer and his identical twin Brian were diagnosed with phimosis, a condition in which the foreskin of the penis cannot retract, inhibiting regular urination. Reimer underwent circumcision, common procedure. So we know this. This is just reiterating. With the true extent of Reimer's penis damage was unclear. The overwhelming majority of biographers and journalists maintained that it was either totally severed or otherwise damaged beyond the possibility of function. In 1967, parents sought help from Money, a psychologist and sexologist who worked at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, Maryland in the mid-20th century. Money helped establish views on the psychology of gender identities and roles. In his academic work, Money argued in favor of the increasingly mainstream idea that gender was a social construct, malleable from an early age. He stated that being raised as a female was in Reimer's interest and recommended sexual reassignment surgery. At the time, infants born with abnormal or intersex genitalia commonly received such interventions. Following their consultation with Money, Reimer's parents decided to raise Reimer as a girl. Physicians at the Johns Hopkins Hospital removed Reimer's testes and damaged penis and constructed a vestigial vulva and vaginal canal in their place. The physicians also opened a small hole in Reimer's lower abdomen for urination. Following his gender reassignment surgery, Reimer was given the first name Brenda, and his parents raised him as a girl. After he received estrogen during adolescence and promote development of breasts. Throughout his childhood, Reimer was not informed about his male biology. So, we're not going to keep reading this, but essentially, you get the point. They raised this boy as a girl, and he ended up committing suicide anyway. It's crazy. And I think the other brother actually commits suicide also. So this isn't actually very long. I'm actually going to keep reading it. Throughout his childhood, Reimer received annual checkups from Money. His twin brother was also part of Money's research on sexual development and gender in children. As identical twins growing up in the same family, the Reimer brothers were what Money considered ideal case subjects for a psychology study on gender. Reimer was the first documented case of sex reassignment of a child born developmentally normal, while Reimer's brother was a control subject who shared Reimer's genetic makeup. Intrauterine space and household. I knew that. During the twin psychiatric visits with Money and as part of his research, Reimer and his twin brother were directed to inspect one another's genitalia and engage in behavioral research in behavior resembling sexual intercourse. So this John Money guy, let me read that again. During the twins' psychiatric visit with Money and as part of his research, Reimer and his twin brother were directed to inspect one another's genitals and engage in behavior resembling sexual intercourse. Reimer claimed that much of Money's treatment involved the forced reenactment of sexual positions and motions with his brother. In some exercises, the brothers rehearsed missionary positions with thrusting motions, which Money justified as the rehearsal of healthy childhood sexual exploration. In a Rolling Stone interview, Reimer recalled that at least once Money photographed those exercises. So these people are sick. This is... Money also made the brothers inspect one another's pubic areas. Reimer stated that Money observed those exercises both alone and with as many as 6 colleagues. Reimer recounted anger and verbal abuse from Money if he or his brother resisted orders, in contrast to the calm and scientific demeanor Money presented to their parents. Reimer and his brother underwent Money. Isn't it interesting that the two founders of this ideology, of this movement, both were some sick fucks? Isn't that interesting? Shocker. I didn't even know that about this. I'm just reading this now. I think both the brothers ended up committing suicide. I knew about the suicide. I knew about raising the one boy as a girl. I did not know about this. Money described Reimer's transition as successful and claimed that Reimer's girlish behavior stood in stark contrast to his brother's boyishness. Money reported on Reimer's case in the John Jones case, leaving out Reimer's real name. For over a decade, Reimer and his brother unknowingly provided data that, according to biographers in the Intersex Society of North America, was used to reinforce Money's theory on gender fluidity and provided justification for thousands of sexual reassignment surgeries for children with abnormal genitals. Contrary to Money's notes, Reimer reports that as a child he experienced severe gender dysphoria, a condition in which someone experiences distress as a result of their assigned gender. Reimer reported that he did not identify as a girl and resented Money's visits for the treatment. At the age of 13, Reimer threatened to commit suicide if his parents took him to Money on the next annual visit. Bullied by peers in school for his masculine traits, Reimer claimed that despite receiving female hormones, wearing dresses, and having his interests directed toward typically female norms, he always felt that he was a boy. So what they're doing is they're saying, since he felt like he was a boy, but he was assigned female at birth, and he felt like a boy, that's why he ended up committing suicide. So they take that and they extrapolate it to say, if somebody feels like they're in the wrong body, then they might commit suicide. So we need to make them be the body that they feel like. And that's how they justify doing this stuff. The problem is he was in the wrong fucking body. He had gender dysphoria because he was in the wrong body. He wasn't a girl. He was a boy being raised as a girl. So he was literally in the wrong body. And it made him suicidal. It's not the same as somebody who's born a male, who is a male, saying, I feel like I'm a woman, and I'm going to kill myself if I don't get my penis chopped off. That's not the same thing. He was in the wrong body. He was assigned a gender by a crazy fuck. That's why he had gender dysphoria. This is crazy. Like I've known about this story forever, but I've never really read this in depth. In his early 20s, Reimer attempted to commit suicide twice, according to Reimer. I don't know if it's Reimer or Reimer. I think it's probably Reimer. His adult family life was strained by marital problems and employment difficulties. Reimer's brother, who suffered from depression and schizophrenia, died from an antidepressant drug overdose, which I would consider that a suicide. In July of 2002. In 2nd of May 2004, Reimer's wife told him that she wanted a divorce. 2 days later, at the age of 13, he committed suicide by firearm. So the brother who was raised, one died from an overdose on antidepressants. One of them died by killing themselves with a gun. So both in their late 30s. Crazy. And this guy's research went on to influence modern gender theory, along with Simone de Beauvoir, who had sexual charges on doing things with children. Crazy. How did these sick fucks manage to manipulate so many people? I know. And now it's a normal thing. So, now, as far as Trump saying this is an idea that's never been heard of, I'm not going to read this whole thing from Wikipedia. You can just go Wikipedia transgender history. Gender identity, gender roles, 1950s, 1960s, Simone de Beauvoir, John Money. You will hear people argue, well, there was look, here we go. The galley eunuch priests of classical antiquity have been interpreted as some scholars as transgender or third gender. So there is intersex, but even if you're intersex, they're still going to be able to categorize you as male and female. true what's the word? What's it called when you have male and female parts? Can't think of the word. Somebody say it in chat. Starts with a H. Hermaphrodit. True hermaphroditism. True hermaphrodites don't exist in the human species. It's not a thing for humans. We have intersex. They're like lizards that can be hermaphrodites. Humans cannot be, hermaphrodites. You can Google it. Some places will say that yes, it is possible, but it's a very, very, very like 0.000001 chance. It's not true hermaphroditism, though. Hermaphroditism. That's a hard word to say, but it is a word. In the human species, we have intersex. You could have micro penis, or you could have enlarged labia, things like this. But they're still gonna be able to identify whether you're male or female. And, if worms and plants are Hermes. Right. Yeah, see, even Dean knows this. A true hermaphrodite, there is no true hermaphrodite in the human species. It's not a thing. Maybe Google will tell you that it can happen, but it's very rare. No, doesn't happen. Intersex can happen. There's some other words of these weird things that can happen, but they can still identify you as male or female. So that has been a thing forever. That's not transgenderism. Galley eunuchs who get castrated. A lot of times, the reason they would get castrated is so that they wouldn't be able to have sex. So, like, the king would have the eunuchs guard the queen or the princess. And they would say, if you can live in my castle and you get to eat like a king, you get to live in the castle, you get a nice place to live, you guard my daughter, but I don't want you sleeping with my daughter. I don't want you making a baby with my daughter. So we're going to chop your wee-wee off if you want to take the job. A eunuch is not a transgender, is not a third gender. That is never why somebody became a eunuch. You're either a eunuch as a punishment or as part of your service. A lot of times slaves would be eunuchs. They would castrate slaves, making them eunuchs. Or a slave is somebody who's working around the women in the castle, and the king doesn't want them sleeping with his wife or his daughter. So chop it off. That doesn't make you transgender. That's not a gender role. That's not gender reconstructive surgery. That's a eunuch. In Thailand, let's see, the trans feminine Katoi and Hira gender roles have persisted for thousands of years in Thailand and the Indian subcontinent, respectively. In Arabia, Kantith, like earlier, Makanathun have occupied third gender role, attested since the 7th century. Again, this is not transgenderism. This is third genderism. This is the idea that there's man, there's woman, and then there's this weird other gender. And so these strange cultures, and none of these people had running water. They weren't the smartest characters. We're talking about India, Thailand, maybe like Nepal, where the average IQ is 42. You might see things like this. Third gender. North American indigenous had fluid and third gender roles, which they wouldn't have even called it that because gender wasn't even a word back then. And they didn't speak English, so they wouldn't have had that word. It's like you're like the spirit shaman. So you're not a man or a woman. You're like the third gender. It's not a man saying, I want to be a woman. And it's not a woman saying, I want to be a man. It's like the spirit leader or the shaman or the witch doctor is like old cave art where you see these androgynous beings where it's got like breasts, and this was like weird third gender spiritual stuff that they did. This was not a man trying to be a woman or a woman trying to be a man. That idea of transgenderism did not come along until the 50s and the 60s, which is when we see Marxism rising up in the West. These French ideology, feminism, Marxism, civil rights in America. It starts creeping its way into America over the 60s. That's when this stuff really came to be, was invented and created. So this is going to be a long show, guys. Sorry. But this is an important thing to talk about, I think. They don't really have afros. A man's worried about his wife screwing the slaves. He needs to leave her. No, a king is worried about the guy that he puts to protect his daughter, who is the princess. All that guy has to do is grape his daughter and make a baby with her, and now he's royalty. There's a big incentive for a guy to put a baby into the queen or the daughter. Bean, think about it. Puberty blockers. So we're going to talk about puberty blockers. We're going to talk about hormone replacement. We're going to talk about surgery. We're going to talk about transition regret. Oh, there's so much stuff on this, guys. Let's watch a video from Billboard Chris. It's going to be like a 5-hour show today, because I have to like read all this stuff. This is our boy Billboard Chris. Here's a little montage of his best stuff. This guy's out there going to war with these people. This is a montage of his best stuff. He walks around with a sign that says, "Kids can't consent to puberty blockers," and leftists just lose their minds. We'll watch this, then we'll learn about puberty blockers and hormone replacement.
Kids matter! Trans kids matter! Kids matter!
You suck. You suck. Fuck you.
No, not the slave, Dean. I'm saying slaves were castrated by their slave owners so they couldn't reproduce. Then I said eunuchs who worked in the castle. These weren't slaves. These were people. These were eunuchs.
Fuck you, you're not wanted. Fuck you, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking
I don't know what to say. I guess these police officers are mostly indoctrinated as well. They're afraid of the mob. I think they're afraid that if they do anything to actually keep law and order, that they'll end up being on the end of this verbal abuse. So it's just cowardice from everybody all around.
People probably want to know, how do you keep your composure?
What's that?
How do you keep your composure?
Fuck you! 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 Hey! Get the fuck out! All right. Hold on. I understand.
The owner of this phone is a fucking idiot. You.
Do you want to have a conversation?
No, I don't want to talk to you. I want you to fucking leave.
Okay.
Nobody's impressed. You guys fucking suck.
Why is your beard so patchy? Are you a woman?
So bad.
Okay.
You are the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen in my life.
Should we be able to have conversations on a university campus? Hey, so this person here just ran on the street and assaulted me. Let's get you on video, shall we? Why are you hiding? You should be proud of yourself. You're battling oppression. I'm not going anywhere. Let's see ya.
I said get off me, you shit!
Let's get him.
Get off of me.
What the fuck is that? Help me! Help me!
What the fuck is that?
Get off of me! Hey buddy, why don't you just get off the fucking bus?
This person needs to be arrested, that's why.
And look at the people around taking this crazy person's side. This person who's laying on the ground screaming, freaking out, grabbing his sign. And the people around take that person's side. instead of the calm guy who's saying, this person just assaulted me, they need to go to jail.
So do you. You're being an asshole.
Let go of my sign. Let go of my sign.
Hey.
This is one of the times he got attacked by a bunch of Antifa losers, a bunch of little punks.
Get the fuck out of this neighborhood. Go. Let's go, Chris. Get the fuck out of here. Go. Trans moves, fuck off.
And this right here is why the Proud Boys were formed. Was to deal with these punks.
Fuck out. You leaving? Okay. Yeah. Fucking leave then. Turn the fuck around and leave, assholes. Get the fuck out of here.
Because I promise you, if Billboard Chris had two yoked Proud Boys standing next to him, these little punks would not be trying this.
Fucking walk off.
All right, so he goes around with a sign that says kids cannot consent to puberty blockers.
Turn around.
And puberty blockers, we're going to read this from the Mayo Clinic. So puberty blockers can be used to delay the changes of puberty in transgender and gender diverse youth who have started puberty. The medicines most often used for this purpose are called gonadotropin releasing hormone analogs. Here's a summary of their possible benefits, side effects, and long-term effects. When taken regularly, GnRH analogs stop the body from making sex hormones that include testosterone and estrogen. Sex hormones affect primary sex characteristics. These are the sexual organs present at birth. They include the penis, scrotum, and testicles, and the uterus, ovaries, and vagina. Secondary sex characteristics. These are the physical changes in the body that appear during puberty. Examples include breast development and growth of facial hair. And people assign male at birth. You mean in men? In males? You mean in males? Mayo Clinic. GnRH analogs slow the growth of facial and body hair, prevent voice deepening, and limit the growth of the penis, scrotum, and testicles. In people assigned female at birth, this treatment, you mean females? This treatment limits or stops breast development and stops menstruation. What are the benefits? Gender identity is the eternal sense of being male, female, neither or some or a combination of both. Gender dysphoria is a feeling of distress that can happen when the gender identity differs from a person's sex assigned at birth or from sex-related physical characteristics. Some transgender and gender diverse people experience gender dysphoria, others do not. For transgender and gender diverse youth who have gender dysphoria, delaying puberty might improve mental well-being. Oh, it makes them feel good. Erase depression and anxiety. Oh, it makes them feel good. Improve social interactions with others. Oh, it makes them feel good. Lower the need for future surgeries, unless they change their mind. Erase thoughts or actions of self-harm. Oh, it makes them feel good. So the benefits are it makes them feel good. Taking puberty blockers alone, however, without other medical or behavioral treatment, might not be enough to ease gender dysphoria. What are the criteria for use? Show a lasting pattern of gender nonconformity or gender dysphoria. Have gender dysphoria. So do what you see on TV and on TikTok for long enough, and you can get puberty blockers as a child. Have gender dysphoria that began or worsened at the start of puberty. Address any psychological, medical, or social problems that could interfere with treatment. Be able to understand the treatment and agree to have it. This is called informed consent. Minors cannot consent to anything. Minors can't give informed consent because they're minors. They can't consent to drinking. They can't consent to a tattoo. They can't drive. They can't do a lot of things. Parents give consent for kids. Kids cannot consent to these things. And if the parents want to give their kid a puberty blocker, then these parents shouldn't be allowed to consent to anything either. These parents aren't viable. They should be aborted. Are the changes permanent? GnRH analogs don't cause permanent or physical changes. This is bullshit. Instead, they pause puberty. That offers a chance to explore. These often sterilize people. You can't make a decision as a child to never have a child for the rest of your life. That offers a chance to explore gender identity. It also gives youth and their families time to plan for the psychological, medical development, and social and legal issues that may lie ahead. When a person stops taking GnRH analogs, puberty starts again. When does treatment usually start and end? How is the medication given? What are the possible side effects? Swelling at the site of the shot, weight gain, hot flashes, headaches, mood changes. Might have long-term effects on growth spurts, bone growth, bone density, fertility, depending on when the medicine is started. Fertility. Yeah, that's totally reversible if you're going to be infertile. If you're a girl who wants to be a boy and you start taking these things at too young of an age, you can never have a baby again. That is not reversible. So Mayo Clinic is being deceptive. What's up, Jody Ann? Mayo Clinic is being deceptive in this, and just the language they're using. Other treatments that are needed. Let's look at NIH. Is this the one from? Is this the one from? No, I want to read the one from. What's his name? Oh no, he wrote a paper on autogynephilia, which we'll talk about in a second. So, pubertal suppression for transgender youth and risk of suicidal ideation. Gonadotropin releasing hormone analogs are commonly prescribed to suppress endogenous puberty for transgender adolescents. There are limited data regarding the mental health benefits of this treatment. Limited data regarding the mental health benefits of this treatment. This is from the National National Institute of Health. It's from PubMed, National Center for Biotechnology Information, National Library of Medicine. So, our objective for this study was to examine associations between access to pubertal suppression during adolescence and adult mental health outcomes. Using a cross-section survey of 20,619 transgender adults aged 18 to 36 years, we examined self-reported history of pubertal suppression during adolescence. Using multivariable logistic regression, we examined associations between access to pubertal suppression and adult mental health outcomes, including multiple measures of suicidality. Of the sample, 16.9% reported that they ever wanted pubertal suppression as part of their gender-related care. Their mean age was 23 years, and 45% were assigned male at sex of birth. Of them, 2.5% received pubertal suppression. After adjustment for demographic variables, the level of family support for gender identity, those who received treatment with pubertal suppression when compared to those who wanted pubertal suppression but did not receive it, had lower odds of lifetime suicidal ideation. Adjusted odds ratio of 0.3, 95% confidence interval. So, lower odds, but conclusion, this is the first study in which associations between access to pubertal suppression and suicidality are examined. There's a significant inverse association between treatment with pubertal suppression during adolescence and lifetime suicidal ideation among transgender adults who ever wanted this treatment. These results align with past literature suggesting that pubertal suppression for transgender adolescents who want this treatment is associated with favorable mental health outcomes. So, it makes you feel better. You don't want to kill yourself anymore, but you may never be able to have kids. And this is one study. This is limited. So the conclusion is it seems to go along with the idea that they have less suicidal ideations when they do this. But remember, it also says there's limited data. Limited data. We're not going to read all of this because there's a lot here. But we're starting to see, because this is all new. This is all very new. That's why there's limited data. And sure, the first people who got it, they're like, this is a new thing. This is a new thing. This is going to make me feel good. The world told me that this should make me feel better. The doctors told me this will make me feel better. So I feel better. I'm happier. I'm not suicidal anymore. But we're starting to see a rise of transition regret. Transition regret. Widespread methodological problems limit the reliability of low transition regret claims. So when they claim that there is low transition regret, there are methodological problems that limit the reliability of the low transition regret claims. And as time goes on, we're going to see more and more of these transition regret claims, is what I predict. So the loony bin people will be sterile. Nice. Well, yeah, there's a silver lining, I guess. Like all medical interventions, gender-affirming interventions are associated with a range of physical and mental health outcomes. Also, this is from Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine.org. So this is we see the PubMed, we see the science, the stats. Now we're seeing some more biased .orgs who disagree. Associated with a range of physical and mental health outcomes, both positive and negative. Regret and detransition are examples of negative outcomes. Proponents of youth gender transition assert that rates of regret and detransition are extremely low. These assertions are frequently cited in legal proceedings, medical journals, and even treatment recommendations. A new paper by Cohn, The Rate of Detransition is Unknown, reviews common limitations of regret studies and demonstrates that hormone discontinuation, detransition, and regret rates are largely unknown. It is important that clinicians, lawmakers, and those contemplating medical interventions understand that frequently cited low rates of regret are based on flawed evidence. Detransition and regret have varied presentations. Sometimes individuals embrace their ultimately regretted transition as part of their gender journey they felt was inevitable for them. Other times, individuals openly express devastating regret, as one detransitioner stated. Some of us will now never be able to have children, and many of us live with great distress and regret every day. Nearly 2/3 of detransitioners in a recent convenience sample survey said they would not have had medical intervention had they know what they know now. In hindsight, for such individuals, medical and surgical gender-affirming interventions constituted iatrogenic harm. Studies that claim low regret commonly suffer from the following methodological limitations, which render the conclusion of very low regret as critical risk of bias. Inadequate follow-up. While some individuals report regret shortly after starting the treatment, such as post-surgical regret, more typically, regret takes significant time to set in. The median time for surgical regret has been reported to be as much as 8 years. So they're not doing follow-ups. They're not doing long-term follow-ups because there is no long-term study for this. This stuff is all very new. Similar to the vaccine, the COVID vaccine. We haven't been able to do long-term studies on this, so we don't really know. And you ask them right after the surgery, 2 months later, are you feeling better? Yeah, I feel great. Are you going to kill yourself? No, I'm not going to commit suicide. Awesome. And they mark it down in their study. But there hasn't been enough time to do long-term follow-ups with these people. Sometimes the regret can take as much as 8 years. Somewhat shorter average times, 3 to 6 years to detransition, have been reported for groups who had a mix of interventions, including puberty blockers, hormones, and/or surgeries. This is important considering that transition is intended to be a lifelong process. The flip side of underestimating the adverse physiological findings of regret and detransition due to short follow-up is the corresponding overestimation of positive physiological findings such as reduced depression, anxiety, and suicidality. Transition may be associated with the honeymoon period. So that right afterwards, they're like, yeah, this is awesome. Just give it 10 years. Give it 10 years and then check in with them. With quality of life and satisfaction rising at a 1 year post-transition compared to baseline, but then starting to fall at 3 years and falling even more precipitously at 5 years post-transition. So it starts increasing as time goes on, once you get a little farther in. It is therefore alarming that studies extolling the benefits of youth transition often focus on outcomes as short as 3 months and rarely extend beyond 5 years. In the instances when follow-up is longer, studies suffer from other significant methodological limitations outlined below. High rates of loss to follow-up, imprecision of the measurement of detransition and regret, reliance on biased samples or samples with poor generalize. That's tough to say. I know what the word is, but it's hard to say. Generalizability. So takeaway, while the negative physical effects outcomes have increasingly come under scrutiny, less attention has been paid to adverse psychological outcomes. Although the proponents of youth transition assert that detransition should not be thought of as a manifestation of a failed transition, this argument is hard to justify. Hormones and surgery irreversibly change the body in some of its key functions. And since gender transition is a lifelong process required to maintain a masculinized or feminized appearance, instances of medical detransition report by one study as reaching 30% within just 4 years of initiating treatment. This is an alarming warning signal of high numbers of inappropriate transitions. So I'm not going to, it's almost over, but we pretty much get it. They talk more about the honeymoon period. We need more long-term studies. We don't have them. So this data is not reliable. From Human Rights Campaign, we see a positive from the other side. Everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect, but across the country, politicians desperate to gain power and their allies in the media are attacking LGBT low IQ STD people and making it impossible, particularly for transgender and non-binary youth, to be their authentic selves. State legislators, governors, and administrative agencies across the country are taking steps to eliminate access to gender-affirming care. Medically necessary, safe healthcare backed by decades of research and supported by every major medical association representing over 1.3 million U.S. doctors. Some are even going as far to accuse parents who support their transgender children of child abuse. It is child abuse. Those backing these bills are also seeking to ban this care for adults. Yeah, we should ban it for adults. A concerted disinformation campaign is not only behind discriminatory laws, but is fueling threats and violence against providers, holding you emotionally hostage. Threats against providers of gender-affirming care. Yeah, we should put them in jail. Preventing them from supporting the communities they are meant to serve. As attacks on the LGBT low IQ STD community continue to gain steam, it is important to get the facts about gender-affirming care. I'm not going to read all these links, but you see, I'm showing you studies, then I'm showing you a biased side for the side that I lean towards, which is this is wrong. And then I'm showing you a bias towards the other side saying it's wrong that we take it away. I want to be fully transparent here, and we want to really cover all of this, do all the research. There's only a few more things I want to talk about. Surgeries and autogynephilia. But before we do that, let's watch one more Billboard Chris video.
Good morning, everybody. Billboard Chris here. I just left my hotel, which is literally just a block away. It's Sunday morning. I'm here in Phoenix, Arizona at AmFest. And I thought I'd have some conversations this morning. And I'd been outside for 30 seconds when I ran into Adam Vina, first person I've talked to today. And as luck would have it, these things seem far too coincidental. Adam is dealing with a very serious situation where his son has been taken away from him because the mother of your 5-year-old child
Yes, sir.
wants to transition him.
Yes, sir.
So, Adam, I wish I could say great to meet you.
Yes.
It is great to meet you, but under these circumstances.
Facts, stubborn one. It's about making us weak and easily controlled, either through this manufactured mental illness or through vilification of those of us who don't play along. Third world countries already have populations that are easily controlled, so they have no reason to push the trans agenda there. Interesting fact, I believe Iran actually does the most transition surgeries, but it's not because of this stuff. In Iran, if you're gay, they throw you off of a roof. So the way you could opt out of getting thrown out of a roof for being gay is chop off your wee-wee. So Iran actually, if you're a gay guy, they just basically transition you into a woman or a lady boy, and then you don't get killed. So it's either you want to be a gay guy, you either get thrown off of a roof, or you transition into a woman. They actually do a lot of transition surgeries in that country. That's one example. But for the most part, you're right. Third world countries, they don't have time for this garbage. This is a exclusively Western culture problem due to Marxist ideologies that come from France. Thank you, France.
It's such a serious, terrible situation.
It is.
Maybe just tell us what's been going on with your son. He's 5 years old.
He's 5 years old now.
Yep.
Now that I know it's grooming started at the age of 2. I received when he was 2, I received a picture text message from my son's mother of him in a pink dress. I spoke out against that, and I thought...
We covered the other guy that this happened to. I forget his name, but he was on JLP's show. He was making his rounds. What was that guy's name? Do you remember the guy I'm talking about, Stubborn One, where his it wasn't even the biological mother. It was the stepmom took the son. Oh, his name is right on the tip of my tongue. James. The kid's name was James, and it was like Justice for James. I can't remember his last name, but very similar story to that, where the mother takes the kid away from the father and starts transitioning him because she wanted a daughter. And it's crazy. And then the courts are on the mom's side. And then if the dad says, no, you're not allowed to wear a dress when you're at my house, then the child could lose his custody, or the dad could lose his custody. They could like lock the dad up for child abuse. I don't know if it's gone that far yet, but that dad, they said he's not allowed to have contact with his son. He's not allowed to talk about it. They gave him a gag order. And he said, I don't care. I'll go to jail. I don't care about the gag order. And he started making his rounds on the media, talking about it. I can't remember the guy, or his son's name was James. I remember that. But I can't remember the dad's name.
Everything had stopped. On my son's 3rd birthday is when my son told me that his mom bought him a pink dress. And I got down on one knee and I looked him in the eye and said, hey buddy, you're a boy and boys don't wear dresses. And we left it just as that. A couple days went by. I was really, really angry with it. So I sent off 46 text messages to her. No threats of violence.
Jeff and James Younger. This is a very similar story to them. It's in Texas. If you look into Jeff and James Younger, basically this is the same story that happened to him is happening to this guy now. So Jeff was the first one that I heard about this. And this was like 3 years ago, and the ball is rolling. The ball is rolling.
Violence. Never has there been any threats of violence to her or my son. And in those 46 text messages, she was able to get a temporary restraining order put on me, which kept me from my son.
Yeah, we agree about that.
Fast forward to the court system. The judge from Pasadena, California, Judge Harvey Silverman, he ordered a gender assessment to be done on my son.
At what age?
A gender assessment.
I think Aiden was between like 3.5.
Oh my God, this pisses me off, dude. A judge ordered a gender assessment to be done on a 3-year-old. What the fuck is wrong with our justice system, with our country? And this is what the Democrats were pushing for. Kamala said Kamala was okay with us taxpayer-funded transition surgery for illegal immigrants. Taxpayer-funded transition surgery for prison inmates. So you could be in a men's prison and get transitioned, paid for. We covered this story. Over $100,000 worth of transition surgery, a butt lift, breast implants, facelift, lip injections, all of these things, puberty blockers, hormones, all of these things for an inmate who strangled his daughter to death, who's in prison, is getting taxpayer, and I believe this is in Minnesota or Michigan. I forget the state, but we covered this a couple weeks ago. Real story. Google it. Look it up. Over $100,000 in transition surgeries for a prison inmate who strangled his daughter to death. Because he would be suicidal if he didn't get this treatment. And then in California, they let the trans men, or I don't know the words, guys who turn into girls, can go into a women's prison, get transferred to a women's prison, and then all of a sudden, all these women in prison are getting pregnant. Because there's a man with a penis who thinks that they're a woman having sex with women in the women's prison, getting the women there pregnant. Like, what world do you live on where any of this is acceptable?
Half and 4 at the time. He was 4 years old, to have a gender assessment done on him. I spoke out against that in court, but they still.
Hey, if you keep your blasphemous crap up, Curse, I'm just gonna ban you because I don't like you. And if you want to debate Christianity, that's fine. But if you're just gonna be a little retard spurg in the chat, then get out. Go somewhere else. I don't like you, and I have no problem banning people I don't like. I will just ban you because I don't like you. I think you're a low IQ, kind of a scumbag, honestly.
Went along with it. So I requested to sit down, wanted to be personally there, physically there, to find out what questions they were going to ask my son, because in my opinion, all
right, you got it.
To treating somebody for any type of disease, there's always steps in place. And in my son's case,
you got it, buddy. You got it. This isn't the little libertarian anarchy hangout, buddy. We're authoritarian around here. Oh, shoot, I hit the wrong button. 117 IQ? I doubt it. How do I do it? Like this. This is how. There you go.
Case, it went from A to Z. They never treated it A, B, C, and D. They went, oh, you want to wear dresses? Never asking why he wants that, nothing like that. They automatically assumed he wanted to be a girl at 4 years old.
Because his mom put him in a dress at what age?
She started at 2 years old.
So he's still in diapers.
Yeah, pretty much. She's still in diapers.
And the judge now just treats him as though he's a girl.
Yes, they refer to my son in court as my daughter. They refer to my son as she, her pronouns. I received an email from an anonymous parent from his private school letting me know that basically saying, Adam, we feel that you need.
That's right, Matthew.
And have the right to know what's going on with your son.
Yeah, we had Blockbuster Video in arcades. We didn't have gender transition. This is crazy.
And at 4 years old, they treated him as full transgender. I received an email, an anonymous email from my son's mother.
4 years
telling
old.
the school that Aiden is now full transgender at 4 years old. They denied me.
Were those their words? Full transgender?
Yes, sir.
Full, as if there's a part transgender or something?
Yeah. When we get off this thing, I can have you read the email, and you can diagnose that yourself. So I was denied to ask my own questions. I went as far as hiring my own child therapist to sit in on this assessment. They denied me that. And they also denied me a phone call to ask my own questions with the doctor. Not at one time have they ever sat me down, the father, to ask me what I think is going on with my son. The whole system has been stacked.
I'm going to yell at Buff next time I talk to Buff. Buff's trying to pawn his trash off on me. Buff! Don't send the crazy folks that you don't want to talk to anymore over to me. Don't do that.
Against me
Yes, as it often is against men generally. So you received a restraining order. The first one was for how long?
The first one was a TRO, which is a temporary restraining order for 3 years. Again, I'll tell your viewers and everybody, never has there ever been any physical violence towards her, never any physical violence towards my son. The only way that a parent or parents can be removed from a child's life is if there's abuse and neglect, and not at one time has.
We're authoritarian over here. If you don't agree, then get the fuck out. No, I don't mind if people don't agree, but you need to at least be decent. Seriously, the only reason a kid would know about this stuff is from the parents. Yeah. Well, it's the both cases, in this case and the Jeff Younger case, it's the mom. So it's crazy liberal mom. She wants her what's it called? Her virtue signal. She wants her virtual signal points. She wants her social credit score. She wants to be able to say, I have a trans kid. Look at my daughter. He used to be my son, but now he's my daughter. Crazy.
Has there ever been any abuse or neglect either on my son or on her?
Right.
Because I emphasize that so much because people would think, oh, there had to be a bad reason for this father to be removed from his son's life. But in fact, there's been none of that. It's just been text messages saying my son is a boy, do not dress him as a girl.
Well, so to give a little context to this, there's a mom who I've been working with whose daughter, on the first day of school in grade 6 3 years ago, decided to try out being a boy because the teacher asked her for her preferred pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
And this girl,
teacher,
the family had gone through a separation, the mom and dad had split up, they'd just moved, she developed really
trauma.
early, so lots of things going on in her life.
Yes, sir.
That were causing her distress. And she wanted to escape being a girl.
Right.
But the social workers contacted this mom, thanks to the school contacting the social workers. And this mom is as normal and beautiful and nice as can be. And they told her that if she didn't immediately affirm the new name and pronouns for her daughter, they considered it abuse. So that's what's going on with you in the state of California.
Yes.
You don't have to actually abuse your child. You have to simply not affirm the delusion.
Yes, sir.
And they consider that abuse.
Yeah.
So you had a temporary restraining order.
Mm-hmm.
Now what's the deal with the restraining order?
Now we went, the first judge recused himself from the case. Me and my attorney do not know why the California judge from Pasadena recused himself. From my understanding is that that's very rare for a judge to be so invested into a case and then just one day completely recuse himself.
It's not like that, Dean. The parents have control of everything. What do you say? Public school media, other kids talk about it's all. I disagree with that, Matthew. Well, like he just said, a lot of times the parents don't have any control, which the public school system does that by design, and the media. So if the media is pushing this idea into the kid's head, and then the kid goes to school and tells the teacher, I want to be a boy. And then I've seen videos of schools where they have like a secret closet filled with dresses. And the boys will come to school, and if the boy says, I want to be a girl, the teacher will give the boy a dress to wear during the day. And then before he goes home, they can take the dress and put it back in the closet and not tell the parents. And because the teachers want to undermine all of the parents. So if the parent finds out and the parent comes to school and says, hey, this is my son. You're not going to call him Jane. This is why Florida passed a law against this. Florida made a law that said you're not allowed to change. Like the lefties were freaking out. They're like, oh, you're not allowed to call Bill. You're not allowed to call William Billy anymore. No, it wasn't about nicknames. It was about you can't call John Jane at school without parental consent. And so, because the teachers will undermine the parents and they'll secretly call the boy a girl's name or call the girl a boy's name and give them different clothes to wear at school. Well, in some states like California, if the parents say, no more, you can't do that to my kid. This is my son. He's a boy. His name is John. And you're going to address him as such. The teachers will go to the school psychologist The school psychologist will go to the courts and they'll say you're abusing your child and you could have your child taken from you. So the parents aren't, it's not always the parents. If the teachers try that, there'd be new paint on the walls. I don't believe that. Well, it's happening. You don't have to believe it, but it is happening. It has happened. He just talked about it. I've covered stories about it before. I get that yeah, I agree with the new paint on the walls. That's how it should be, but unfortunately, you're wrong. It is happening. It has happened. Parents have had their kids taken from them.
So we're down at Los Angeles with a judge from the Los Angeles Family Court, Mark Duhas, and he is the one that ordered the 5-year restraining order. So that'll put me at 8 years completely disconnected from my son, and not being able to raise him as a boy, not be able to treat him as a man. I have missed going on now 4 Christmases.
Yeah, it is in Cali. That's where it happened.
I still have Christmas gifts sitting at my house. One of my first videos I did on my Instagram was unwrapping his Christmas gifts from 3 years ago. Opposing counsel never at one time ever made it for him to be able to get his Christmas gifts. She told me that, that's not my priority right now, is Christmas gifts. Opposing counsel has done, which was court appointed, has done nothing to re-engage the father and the son in this. We went 6 months in negotiations to get my visitations back, and to get an email from the attorney saying, I kept emailing him, all right, give me this, give me that, what do I need to do to get back in my son's life? And only to receive an email, sorry, Adam, but we dropped the ball.
Yeah, they don't care because you have the wrong political opinions.
So Indiana, it's happened. A Catholic couple in Indiana asked the Supreme Court today to hold the state accountable for keeping their child out of their home. MC and JC versus Indiana Department of Child Services. Indiana investigated Mary and Jeremy Cox because they would not refer to their son using pronouns and a name inconsistent with his biological sex. State courts allowed Indiana to keep the child from their home because of their disagreement with their child. Jordan Peterson did an interview with somebody from, I believe it was Montana. And not only did they take the kid out of the home, they took the kid out of the state to go to a different state where they did all this gender transition stuff. And they've been transitioning the kid. They took the kid from the parents, took the kid to another state, and are transitioning the kid from a girl to a boy in another state without their parents' consent. And that's a couple from, I believe, Montana. I have a Supreme Court case right here from a couple in Indiana. I have multiple of them pulled up in front of me from California. California bill that would weigh gender identity. New state laws force families with transgender kids to, at least 20 states have enacted laws restricting or banning gender affirming care. Okay, that's different. That's states restricting that. Youth access to gender affirming care. Why parents are losing custody of trans and gender nonconforming kids. Yeah. I know it sounds crazy, and I wish you were right, Matthew, but this is happening all over the place. All over the place. And if you live in a state where it can't happen, CPS will take your kid out of your house and send your kid to another state where they can transition your kid. She probably went full retard after the rain, but out of all the women in the world, he had to have a baby with that be. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Adam, what's your handle on social media?
My handle is Adam Vina, ADAM Vina, VENA. V as in Victor, ENA.
That's on X?
No, it's on Instagram.
Instagram.
Yes.
Okay.
I can barely handle one social media.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Adam Vina. Follow this guy on Instagram, adam.vina. He needs our support. Parents who are going through this, please reach out to him. Offer what advice you can. Adam, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Damn, that's crazy.
My daughter's 4 years old.
All right, we're not going to play the last video we have I have an 18-minute video. Maybe we'll start watching it in the after party while people come in. Gender affirming surgeries rarely performed on transgender youth. This is like a bright side to this, but rarely does not mean never. So I just wanted to call attention to this. And one big thing that we need to realize is we're talking about this stuff, but we're not trying to like, I'm not trying to like black pill or doomer you. And you're right, Matthew, for the most part, this is not a common thing. Like none of these stories are outstanding stories. The Jeff Younger story, the story we just listened to, stories of parents having their kids taken. And that's why these people get interviewed on big shows like Jordan Peterson's show and like really big shows. When it happens, it's a really big deal. But we need to understand that this is not, it's not common. This now the hormone blocker, the puberty blockers is becoming more and more common. Especially now, they're saying that they're saying something like 68%. I forget the number. I should have had it pulled up. Let me look it up real quick so I don't sound stupid. What percent of children identify as LGBTQ? Okay, so this is much lower than what yeah, 1 in 4. 1 in 4 high school students identifies as LGBT, so 26%. Estimates, according to the Movement Advancement Project, the best estimate for percentage of youth is 7 to 9%. Williams Institute says 9.5%. The CDC says 26%. So we have a variety here, but I think it's safe to say 1 in 10 kids identifies with the LGBTQ community, which is up way more than it was in past years. Like each year it gets more and more. I like the word they used earlier, precipitously. It grows more and more each year, and it compounds, and it's like it's a snowball rolling down a hill, and it's getting bigger and faster. It's moving faster and it's getting bigger. So that's more kids identifying this way. We're going to see more cases of court stepping in and CPS stepping in and parents getting their kids taken away. We're seeing more and more kids getting put on puberty blocker. 1 in 10, and that's a low estimate, Rome. The high estimate is 1 in 4. So, as all of this becomes more and more common, right now, there really aren't a lot of gender affirming surgeries. That's why I wanted to focus more on the puberty blockers, because that is becoming more and more common. And whatever numbers you look up for the number of kids that are on puberty blockers are bullshit. The numbers are way higher than the numbers that you're going to find if you look it up. Transgender surgeries, pretty uncommon, but they still can do it. New study, researchers at Harvard found little to no utilization of gender-affirming surgeries and for gender-diverse minors. Study also found that cisgender minors and adults had substantially higher utilization of analogous gender-affirming surgeries than their TGD counterparts. Sorry, I've been reading too much. My brain's starting to get tired of reading. So the surgeries, we're not going to focus too much on that. We're not going to read a lot of this, but it's safe to say that surgeries for minors, they said rarely, if ever. I believe it does happen, but it's much less frequent. So that's a good thing, I guess, that they're not doing surgeries. Although I think if you have parental consent, you could get like your breasts worked on as a girl. It's not considered surgery, but chest binders, the chest binders that the girls get. Bo Diddle went to a church where they had a church had an LGBTQ room where they would give chest binders to kids. They had dresses, they had boys' clothes, they had girls' clothes, they had rainbows all over the place. This was at a church, and this was like a donation center where kids whose parents wouldn't let them get these things could go to the church, go into the LGBT rainbow room, and they could get chest binders, and they could get dresses if they were boys, and they could get boys' clothes. So like the chest binder is not a surgery, but that is like you're physically deforming yourself. It almost is like a surgery, like a long-term, I don't know the exact definition of the word surgical. You don't have to cut into them, but it is changing their physiognomy permanently. So if it's done at a young age, and so, but surgeries it's not a common thing. A lot of conservatives wouldn't say this, but I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to try to fear monger you about transgender surgeries for youth, because it's not really happening that much. If it's happening, it's very, very rare. But the point still stands. The point remains that the more frequent this happens, the more common it happens, eventually that's going to be normalized. And people say slippery slope fallacy. Fuck your slippery slope fallacy. We can watch it happen in real time. We're seeing this happen. We're seeing the slippery slope it's not a slippery slope fallacy. It's a slippery slope fact. We are sliding down a slippery slope into degeneracy, and we're watching it happen all around us. So it's not a fallacy. It is a slippery slope, and we are sliding down it very quickly. So how far are we off from transgender surgeries for minors becoming common? And that's something to worry about. The last thing I'm just going to touch on is this concept of autogynephilia. Well, this is kind of unrelated to it's related to gender ideology. Basically, autogynephilia is from PubMed. A study tested the hypothesis that all gender dysphoric males who are not sexually aroused by men are instead sexually aroused by the thought or image of themselves as women. They're autogynephilic. Subjects were 212 adult male to female transsexuals. These were divided into 4 groups, 1 homosexual and 3 non-homosexual. The 3 non-homosexual groups were heterosexual, bisexual, and erotic, unattracted to male or female partners, but not necessarily devoid of all erotic behavior. Oh, so they're just degens. They're not attracted to men or women, but they'll have sex with whatever walks. A core autogynephilia scale was developed to assess a subject's propensity to be sexually aroused by the fantasy of being a woman. The 4 transsexual groups were compared on this and measured in several others using Newman-Kuhl's multiple range tests at p less than 0.5. As predicted, all 3 non-homosexual groups were more likely than the homosexual group to report sexual stimulation by cross-gender fantasy. The point of this is a lot of these dudes are just pervs who get off by dressing like a woman and being able to hang out in women's spaces. This is an anecdote, but I've heard stories, so it's actually not. It's an anecdote because I've seen it personally, but it's backed up by data and by. If there's enough anecdotes saying the same thing, then it becomes data, right? At the gym where I go to, the Planet Fitness where I go to, they don't care what restroom you go in. Whatever you identify, you can go into that locker room. And there are homeless. I know of one specifically, but I've heard from the ladies. I heard 2 ladies talking, and she said, "I'm not going in the bathroom. They're always in there." And that's all I heard her say. And I've seen this one specific one. Well, I've seen a couple go into the women's restroom, but there's one that's always there. And it's this big old yoked dude with long blonde hair and a mustache, facial hair, yoked, big old guy who wears spaghetti strap, what do they call them? Halter top with the belly showing, the belly button showing, and short, tight, skimpy spandex booty shorts and women's shoes, and goes into the women's locker room. And I see this dude go in there, and I'll work out for 2 hours sometimes, and I don't see them come out. And I do know homeless dudes hang out in the men's locker room to charge their phone. There's TVs in the locker room so they can sit in the air conditioning. They have showers in there. You could charge your phone. So basically, I know homeless guys hang out in the men's locker room. And I seen one dude who was clearly like, I don't know if he's gay or if he's trans or what, but he's a guy that dresses like a girl, who hangs out in the men's locker room all day. And then there's this, or no, I'm sorry. It wasn't a girl who dressed like a guy, but it was probably a gay guy hangs out in the men's locker room and just charges his phone and just sits there and watches all the guys that come in. And in the same way, this other big dude, I've seen him go into the women's locker room and not come out for at least an hour. So you're not working out. You're a man dressed as a woman hanging out in the women's locker room at the gym all day. And then I'll watch women and I'll see, I only heard that one time. I heard some lady say they're always in there. I'm not going in there. Because like her friend was going to say, you know, like walking towards the locker room. She kind of grabbed her and she's like, no, they're always in there. I don't go in there. But I never see women going into the locker room. They always leave. They don't bring bags. Like the guys will bring a bag and they'll go in the locker room. They'll shower. They'll change. I never see women going in and out of the women's locker room. And I'm like, there's homeless trans people hanging out in that locker room. I know at least one, and I think is probably more common than I know. They're probably hanging out in there. So the women won't even use the locker room at the gym. And that's autogynephilia. These are men who get off from dressing like women and then going into women's spaces and watching women, pretending like they're women. It's sick. So this is it's crazy. It's a crazy world we live in. Yoga pegnastics. What a great idea. Rome, you could dress like a dude and go in the guy's locker room and find yourself a man. That's a man, baby. We should all be happy with the past prior obesity epidemic. Now there's this stuff. Well, unfortunately, we still have now it's just compounding problems. We still have the obesity epidemic. Now that people are just fat and they don't know what gender they are. So it's even worse, Dean. But that was weird. That was crazy. We never get any lefties who want to debate, but in the after party, it'd be interesting if somebody who supported this stuff wanted to debate me on it, but I doubt it's going to happen. I doubt Kirst is going to come in and try to debate me on Christianity versus whatever the hell he believes in. So we'll probably just be hanging out in the after party. I've got to use the restroom, get something to eat, walk Echo, buy some beers. It's really late. It's supposed to be a 3-hour show. We went 5 hours today. So I got to end the show. And we will start the after party. We'll be back in like 30 minutes. Guys. Where's my music? Guys. This has been the Dreaded Conservative Show. Monday night, kicking the week off right. The world's a crazy place. I just report on it. If you want to support the channel, hit up the Cashapp, $, Dreaded Conservative. Drop a super chat. We're going to have Let's aim high. Let's make it a $50 super chat goal for the after party. But, you know, none of that's expected. All I expect is that you hit the like button. And I will see you guys shortly in the after party. Check for the thumbnail in about 20 minutes, and I will be back live in about 30 minutes. About 30 minutes, we'll be back live with the after party. We'll have the Discord open. We'll have some beers. We'll hang out. We'll kick it. So, thank you guys, though, for watching. Hit the like button. I will see you shortly. God bless. Peace. Peace. Bow, bow.